I'm going to mute you for a second. I want to come through the Google.
Okay. It's gonna hang up. Yeah.
Testing one, two, three. We are now live. Oh my goodness. Hello, everybody. And there's my pizza dog right there. Let's see here. Um, and we need to get your video up. For some reason, it's not showing. Awesome. Where are you, my mermaid?
Can you see me?
Oh, I can see you. It's just that it's the stream. Oh, here we go. Now I can see you on the stream. Perfect. I will not let this get to us like it did last time.
It's okay. It's okay.
We can do this. We can do this.
I'm gonna mute the live stream on my end because I'm also watching it.
Well, hello everybody, and look, there's Queen Madge. She returned. Welcome.
Oh, yes, I remember that name.
Yes, I remember that too because she happens to be the tarot deck designer.
Oh, Queen Mage. I thought it was some. I
Was
thought
it?
it was Queen Tarot TV.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I
Was it
thought
Queen Tarot TV or was it Queen Mage?
I don't remember. I'm getting old. I don't remember.
All right. Well, Queen Mage, were you the one who
Probably
said
not, and
that
I
you were
probably
going to
just
send
opened up a
us a
can of
deck to
worms.
review?
And I probably just opened up a can of
All
worms.
right. It's okay. It's okay. We still need some more people coming in. I see that we got two,
Two. And I'm just getting my
at least on
list
my
ready.
end. Let me refresh it.
Howdy, partners. She said that's not me.
Um, okay, I figured. Um,
Well then, you are not our best friend anymore. I'm sorry, Queen Mage. Unless you made a tarot deck, we are not friends as of this moment. I'm just kidding. We're totally friends. That was such a mean
right,
thing.
you're not.
That was such a mean thing to
We're not on
say.
the same level. Right? Like you're out of our league, Queen Mage.
Get with the program.
Like we know, Anthony, that you meant that.
Sorry, not sorry. I really, really hate that actually when people say that. Sorry, not sorry. Like, let's be real here. Talk to me for a second. You are sorry, or actually, to the fact, you are not sorry.
Right. How are you guys all doing? How's your evening? How's the quarantine? Come on, we got three people here.
We have three
I want three
people.
responses.
We're gonna wait a couple more minutes. That way we have a few more. Maybe let people come on. But everybody, please welcome. You're all welcome to the Groovy Mermaids, the collaboration. That's our name, our collaboration name. I hope you love it. But yeah, it's going to be a really interesting night. We have some great stuff to talk about tonight, and with that said, we're going to go ahead and start off um, with our guided meditation by yours truly, Miss Mermaid. And I just want to say, Frimiste. Frimiste means, at least to me, Friday, namaste, Frimiste. That's going to be my word for Fridays.
I was gonna ask you that. What's Friday? Did I miss something when I went to yoga school or something?
Everybody's going to be like, what the fuck is Frimiste? Like, I don't get it.
Exactly,
But
Friday.
Frimiste means to me Friday, namaste. So I just put them together. Frimiste. So Frimiste, everybody, Frimiste. And you don't have to join that one if you don't want to. But there we have it. Excuse me while I drink disgusting soda right now.
So,
Yeah.
this disgusting soda.
Well, I say
All
disgusting because it's
right,
not good for
so
you.
Anthony,
Yes.
let us know what is the
Yes.
program today?
So the program today. So yes. What again? Everybody, welcome to the Groovy Mermaid, and we're going to be starting off this with a guided meditation with Miss Mermaid. After that, we're going to have a couple of topics we want to talk about. We all invite you to ask your questions or your comments about the topics, and then we're going to get to the good stuff, the tarot readings, where we are still
Ooh.
doing the traditional, the free yes and no questions with the $1 clarifier card. And then if you want a full um, read, a full spread on that card, or in general on your question, plus get a priority read, it is $5 with all the links available in the description. So you can use Venmo, not PowerPoint, it's PayPal, not PowerPoint. You can't pay with PowerPoint. Um, and of course, Cash App. So we're going to go ahead and get this started. I'm not seeing anybody talking here, but let's double check the analytics. It looks like that there's 41 playbacks, which is actually very interesting, and current concurrent viewers is 3. So hopefully we can have a really good start off with this. So I give it off to Miss Mermaid.
So today for our meditation, I've decided to do some affirmations because today we're going to be talking about chakras. That's going to be one of our topics today. So we're going to talk about these 7 basic chakras. So with this meditation, I want our hands, or the palm of our hands, kiss each other at heart center. And I will be repeating some affirmations as we go ahead and listen to the singing bowl too as well. So I inhale blessings. And exhale gratitude. I inhale blessings. And I exhale gratitude. I am filled with greatness. I inhale blessings. And I exhale gratitude. I am wise. I am learning. And I am growing. I inhale blessings. And I exhale gratitude. I inhale blessings. And I exhale gratitude. I love and appreciate myself as I am. I inhale blessings. And exhale gratitude. I inhale blessings. And exhale gratitude. I accept myself completely. I inhale blessings. And exhale gratitude. I inhale blessings. And exhale gratitude. I am both sensitive and strong. I am grounded on earth and in tune with the universe. I inhale blessings and exhale gratitude. I acknowledge the divine in all of you. Namaste. I inhale blessings and exhale gratitude. Namaste.
Namaste.
Blessings. Blessings upon blessings upon blessings upon blessings upon.
That was well done. I loved that. I loved it. Loved it. Loved it. That was great, you guys. That actually kind of gave me little chills. I loved it. All right. Well, I say Frimastay and Namaste to that both with some spiritual pizza to go along with that.
For real. For real.
So, let's see here. Hopefully, if you've all just missed that, you just now joined up, or you probably just came back from a snack or something like that, or we just did a quick guided tour or guided meditation. If you've missed it, just dial back maybe a good 5 minutes or so, and then you should be able to follow along with that. It's very, very beautiful. She does a very good job with that. So, how has been your week today, Miss Mermaid?
Well, my week so far, quite boring.
Really? I
Quite
mean,
boring.
probably with the whole
All
thing
I'm
with the.
doing is laying down. Well, except for the part where I get to watch Sailor Moon all day, every day. Now, some of
Mm-hmm.
my chicks over here, some of my anime chicks, will, empathize with me. I got a lot of compliments on my Sailor Moon outfit the other day. Thank you so
Nice.
much for that. For those who were giving me all those compliments the other day. But besides watching Sailor Moon all day and just be able to cook all day, I don't have my cat. So that's another reason why I'm bored. I don't have anyone to like annoy, someone to like cuddle with. And he's right now being cat sitted by my boyfriend because my boyfriend also adopted a small kitten, and
Oh,
he kind of wanted to make them buddies, especially since we are going to be moving in soon. We were already on the works of that, when all of this happened, this whole COVID-19 thing happened. So just imagine how like we're planning things up, we're saving money, we bought this well, I bought him this Hulk um, ceramic piggy bank at Hallmark, and it's cool because you'll put like a quarter and it'll go, what does he say? Hulk smash! And it's so cool. I love it. It's so cool. Um, so I'm kind of right now using it. I'm putting money in there. So I just can't have money in my card, guys. I don't know about you guys, but I can't have money in my card. So I literally just every time I'm there with my boyfriend, I just have him put money there, or I give him the money so he puts it in there. So, but then all this happened, and so I was just like, okay, cool. And then he adopted the cat, and then he took my cat over there, so he has both cats at his place. So I'm bored because of that. And I started doing some jewelry casting, mainly practicing though, because I need like different sizes of wires. So I'm practicing on that because that's something that I want to start practicing on, maybe even sell a few things here and there. I don't know if I want to do that like permanently just yet. It's still in the works, but I
I
that
like the
was something
sound
I
of that.
started messing with. Um, but other than that, I mean, that's it.
That's really cool.
What?
And you're about to ask me like, what was I doing this whole week?
No,
Well,
I don't think it was that interesting. No, no,
no,
Anthony.
no, my life is not that interesting. Just like everybody else is gonna be like, "Oh my God, Yvonne, you're like so
I thought this was
beautiful."
about me. I thought I was the guest. I thought
Yeah.
I was the queen of the show.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
I thought I was the Carmen of Carmen. Okay. All right.
Yes, everybody
So,
wants to
but
talk to you. Like, I just need to get over that. Um,
for real.
my week has been kind of up and down. I've been kind of going again through my life challenges this week. I'm not ready to really share what those challenges are just of yet. But Miss Mermaid actually knows about it. I could talk to her about a lot of stuff. But um, though I am working from home, which I'm very fortunate, especially in this time of crisis. So, namaste to that, because without that, I probably would actually be homeless, unfortunately. But I do, you know, I'm very grateful about that. But what I have been doing though is now that we have our Groovy Mermaid now established, we are actually now working on, with our logo work. And if any of you have been following, hey Lulu, excuse me, if you've been following my Instagram, you might have noticed that I've been learning how to draw eyes. I drew an eye last night actually for while I was talking to Miss Mermaid, and I drew this one eye that just looks so awesome, and you might see it on my Instagram. And I was like, that eye right there, that is the eye of a bitch who will snatch some wigs at the end of the show because the show is now over. So, um,
Stop
but
by, guys.
that's what the eye looked like. The eye looked like it was just like, it was looking to the side like this. It's like, I'm gonna snatch that wig off that bitch. That's what it looked like. But but we are designing ourselves our own logo, so we're hoping going to reveal that maybe by hopefully the end of next week. That's kind of like our goal. Um, but yeah, that's what I've been working on, practicing drawing, especially during this time. Um, I've been also checking out my new tarot deck as well, which is super beautiful. I actually have it ready to go, which is going to be really cool to use tonight. Hopefully, it does very well. Plus, I have my tried and true Angel Tarot deck, which is going to be really neat. And which today I actually ran into a friend, and we talked a little bit, stuff like that. Um, and we actually came across to where this person is sleeping at a Salvation Army. And, I understand times are tough. Everybody actually is now staying at that place. He said that, he, um, uh, they have limited, like, a lot of things there. Like, he gets fed, he has a place to live for about, like a month and a half or something like that. But then it comes to the point where they limit cell phone use to only during the day, and I'm like, okay, that's understandable. Oh look, there's my friend Camilla. Oh my god, she's like my fake daughter. Sorry, I don't not say fake daughter. I say fake daughter with
My fake
love.
daughter.
Well, because I say fake daughter because I didn't conceive her in a way. She is like my daughter, and I love her to death, along with her mother, who is my fake wife. Um, no, but anyway, so he's going through this tough time. He doesn't have a job. He's trying to find something, but he mentioned to me that he can't use his cell phone during at night, which I understand. People are probably just trying to sleep, but apparently how it works is that when you go into this, I guess it's a grace period of like maybe a month and a half. After that month and a half, you decide to go onto their program, which I'm not exactly sure what the program is. I actually tried to look up what that program is, but he mentioned to me that once you sign up this program, it's a 6 month to a year program, and they take away your cell phone 24/7 until the 6 month period is over. And I'm just like, why? Like, why? There's people who are trying to better their lives, trying to, they are going to Salvation Army to, get help, and they are trying to find work, but they're not allowed to leave the premises for one, and they can't use their cell phone at all until the end of the 6 months. But you do have to work there for free. And I was like, this can't be. And it just blew my mind. I'm like, how did the heck like, why would they take the cell phone? Like, I don't get it. Why would they take the cell phone? And I tried to think about it. It's like, well, maybe it could be maybe a drug dealer or something like that. Maybe they don't want drug dealers, or it might be a security issue where they don't want you to take pictures of the people there's there. Um, um, but it's still, looks like we got disconnected there. Let's bring her back. We got disconnected there, didn't we?
Well, I lost
You lost the audio.
audio,
Yeah, this is going to be a fun night.
but I was yeah, totally overheard me, so I ended up just hanging up and calling you back.
This is going to be a fun
Yes, I
night.
lost the audio.
So
Fun night.
anyway, yeah, just to kind of finish the topic here of what he's going through. So, or what he's about to go through. He's
You're
trying.
ready for it.
Yeah. Um, like he. I'm actually call you back because it sounds like the audio is delayed. So I'm gonna call you back here real quick because it does definitely sounds like her audio is delayed. We want to make sure that she gets right spot on audio here. Okay. Say testing.
Testing,
Okay.
testing, meow,
Now
meow,
it's
meow,
not.
meow.
Now it's not delayed. Okay. You were like 5 second delayed there. But so yeah, so you can't use the cell phone, and I'm trying to think about it, and I actually called up Salvation Army, and I'm like, so uh do you really have this policy? Is this in place? And she's like, yeah, this is actually true. This is the policy if you go to the 6 month course. I'm like, oh my god, it's true. And then I was like, well, can you explain why? And they go, well, I'm not the person. I just at the facility that sorts stuff. You're gonna have to call the administration. And I was like, well, there must have been some sort of bad egg that rot the whole barrel or something because I don't understand why um, uh, that would be why they cut off the cell phone. But maybe it's because of the fact that it has to do with maybe people going through rehab. Perhaps I'm not entirely sure. Um, I mean, if any of you have experienced this, I would love to know because I just think it's kind of backwards thinking to me. And I probably don't even know, maybe there's a good reason, but there's backwards thinking here where um, they are not allowing cell phones. Like, what do you think could be the reason?
Well, I mean, the only thing I can really think of is control,
Yeah.
slavery.
Yeah, exactly. I
They're
mean, it
cult, they're
is
running a cult.
slave labor.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know. The only thing, and the only thing that maybe a narcissist is like running that place. Maybe
probably.
that branch in particular, or just the whole Salvation Army thing in particular. But if you really think about it, like, have you ever been to a Salvation Army like thrift store? Like, it's mega expensive, dude. Not even Savers is that expensive
I never
now.
shopped
And
at
Savers
one.
is still a pretty expensive thrift store.
I never shopped at one.
At
I've
Salvation
only.
Army, don't even bother.
Oh, that's
Don't
bad.
even bother.
Like I
Don't even
actually
bother. Like,
went
it's a
to
trash.
yeah, I go to Goodwill most of the time, but then I'll find like some mom and pop thrift stores because those are usually the best ones because I like thrift shopping. It's been a while since I went thrift shopping, but
I
that's
know, right? He used to go all the time.
but that's like I mean that's my topic a little bit about it. I mean it just to me my personal opinion as I wrap this up my topic here so we can move forward with this show is that you know uh, if people are trying to better themselves, I understand that we're all connected with cell phones and everything. So, but um, people are still trying to make a better life for themselves. They're trying to stay connected with the current issues that are going on in the world. They want to be able to communicate with their family and also try to find jobs, that are out there, and maybe even find a place to move. But you can't do that realistically without a cell phone, unless we really kind of step backwards and start looking at the want ads in the newspaper, which is really backwards thinking. I mean, you can definitely do that, but you know, there's no, you need something right away. You need something now, and it could be the fact that maybe it's more of a rehab than it is a help center. Um, and if I can understand if it's about a rehab where people are trying to get off drugs, but it's been understood that it's kind of both, a little bit of both. So like, why punish the people who are trying to make a better life for themselves, um, where you apply the policies that apply to people who have a hard time getting off drugs. So I don't get it. And if anybody knows what that is or why their policies like that, I mean, I'd really love to know. Um, Number down in the below. No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
We don't have a phone number, but
girl, call us 1-800. Um, but I mean, I remember being acquainted with someone in the past when I was like 20, 21 years. No, I think I was like 19. Yeah, like 18, 19 actually, who actually went to a rehab, not a Salvation Army program, like an actual rehab program in Hollywood.
hmm
And they have like these nice houses up in the hills and shit, and then they have like this rehab program, and this person was up there, but I'm trying to remember if that person even had a cell phone, which I don't think they did. Which so I can't really confirm with you if that's really like just a rehab thing in general, but I can understand how they're saying that, but that's still some like dictatorship thing, because I mean the thing about rehabs, like the thing that they always preach is the whole idea that like we're not forcing you to be here, you want to be here, right?
hmm hmm
So then if that's the case, then why is the Salvation Army doing that? Then again, aren't they like a Christian, funded thing, you know? So maybe because of the Christian, this Christ doctrine thing, maybe they just feel like they need to control everything as it is. Like they control everything. I mean, already,
Yep. Yep.
from people's libidos to God knows what, so um I mean, other than that, I mean, I really can't think anything else. I mean, unless there's somebody here in the audience who would want to like explain to us, maybe someone who works or used to work with the Salvation Army. But I've only been to the one here by my house, the Salvation Army thrift store by my house, and there, I, I don't know, I didn't find a lot of stuff, a lot of cool stuff, and then some of the stuff that were good, they were overly priced. Like furniture and stuff that, were just overpriced. I could have paid that much money for something brand new,
Brand new. Yeah.
so exactly, and it's just like,
They're saying it's
you're
the dated
Christian?
look is the new look. The dated look is the new look. So you're gonna buy at new prices. We cleaned it, I promise.
Yes, right. Got like webs inside and shit.
But
And,
yeah, that's just to wrap up
but
my
like, I
point.
mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's just really, it boggles the mind. And
so what is your friend thinking about doing?
well, he's just trying to keep busy. I guess he's still trying to find a job and stuff like that. He got laid off, and I say, I hope that all this energy that we have, all of us together, that we really try to help out those that you may see that may need help. Donating any food. It has to be wrapped and canned. It can't be pre-made food that you cook yourself. So, if you have any bread, toilet paper, or canned food that you find yourself not using, just donate it. Salvation Army probably one way to go about it, because they are taking a lot of people in, and they definitely can use the food. But um, yeah. So, and just any little bit counts. We're all a link in a great chain. Being the strongest link is one thing, and even though what you give is maybe small, it's still part of the chain. So, um, yeah. So thank you all for listening to that. And if you guys have any comments about that, please let us know in the comments below. And we're gonna go ahead and move forward here because I don't want to dwell too much on this topic too much. I don't want to bring people down, especially for those who may be in the same situation. And if you are in the situation, that same situation, really, I, I really do hope for the best for you and for anybody out there listening or listening on behalf of their friends and family and stuff like that who's going through this. It's definitely a hard time, and I just hope that things actually do turn around. And with that said, actually, I think that no better way to actually help us channel good energy other than chakras, which I'm going to pass the mic over to Miss Mermaid over here, who has a very special topic that she'd like to talk about in terms of chakras. So take it away, my dear friend.
Hi guys, once again, Siobhan Rivas.
And that's enough of
So,
that's enough of her now. That's enough of her now.
today,
I'm just kidding.
so what we were discussing earlier today, prior to the meditation, was that we were going to talk about the topic of the seven basic chakras. Now, for those of you who are very well versed in the topic, you guys are like, well, there's more than seven. Can we get out of this millennial new age bullshit now? Um, yes, I know there are 11, but we're going to talk about the basic seven today. And which is the reason why in the meditation I decided to use some affirmations. And I used one affirmation that is commonly used for each chakra. And so for this section, we're going to go ahead and talk about what I have here on my notes. I have my iPad here right here on my lap. And we're going to just go ahead and talk about some keywords and just talk about each of the seven chakras, going from the root chakra to the crown chakra, and talking about, just a few things here. So I have a little introduction here that I wrote on my notes in my little mini book of shadows that I have here. And I put chakras influence your overall well-being. Chakras are energy centers in the subtle body that distribute the flow or prana throughout your body. Each chakra represents a spiritual life lesson or challenge to help us gain a more in-depth understanding of our personal and spiritual power. This in turn helps us learn how to overcome obstacles, let go of emotional blockages, and walk the path toward spiritual consciousness. Understanding the role and purpose of each chakra is a crucial first step in balancing your chakras and establishing the harmonious flow of energy. If you are working on your spirituality or finding your connection to a great universe, it is important to open and balance all of your chakras. And most especially for that, the crown chakra. But we're going to start from the root chakra, which is in the foundation of the chakra system. So the Sanskrit name is Muladhara, right? And which means root or support. The color is red. It is the foundation of the chakra system. It is associated with the feeling of safety and grounding. So especially when it comes to the root chakra and also the sacral and the solar plexus, which are going to be the second and third ones that we're going to be talking about. These are called the survival chakras. Okay, so the root chakra is the first one of the survival chakras that are very important when it comes to just feeling solid and feeling like a responsible human being, and also feeling safe. And when it comes to the root, it has to do a lot with just that safety and security, grounding. It is the foundation for expansion in your life. It is associated with security, survival, basic needs like food, sleep, and shelter, food, self-preservation, etc., physicality, physical identity, aspects of self-support, and the foundation for living our lives. It governs a person's relationship with both the physical necessities of life and the fundamental psychological factors recognized for mental health. It governs a person's connection to the wider world. Okay, so So basically, all in all, when it comes to the root chakra, which is again in our genital, where our genitalia is, and it's right there by our tailbone. Um, it's basically all about grounding ourselves, making sure that we are here present, right? So when it comes to the sacral chakra, which is right above the belly button, right above there, and the sacral chakra, the Sanskrit name, it is Svadhisthana. I had to say that slowly because these are a little hard to pronounce.
I'm totally gonna remember all this shit at the
Um,
end.
even for a yogi.
Yeah.
Exactly, exactly. Well, there's some people who might want to, replay this later for their own, own book of shadows, their own notes, but they can also Google this too, which is the translation is one's own place or your own place. The sacral chakra symbolizes our creative potential, our ability to harbor fulfilling relationships, as well as our sexual energy, all coming together to create an empowered and confident individual. So definitely that's our pleasure center right here. Pleasure, creativity, art, that's right here, right above our belly button. Have you guys noticed, especially for those of you performers out there, whether you guys paint art like in the streets, or for those of you who like to play music or anything like that, and you're about to go on stage or you're about to do your thing and you feel it right here, it's because you're about to show your creative side, guys. It's because you're about to show your creative side. You guys have butterflies. When you guys meet the person, that crush that you have, where do we feel those butterflies? We feel them right here. We feel them right here, right? Because they're pleasing to the eye, and they're pleasing down there too, right? So we feel it right here, right here, right above the belly button, right? So it teaches that every relationship we create, from the casual to the most intimate, has a purpose, no matter how painful, to help us become more consciously aware of our karma and ourselves. It is having that personal power of choice to make the move. It is the sensation of being physically alive and creating the life you desire. It is all about having the power to realize and utilize our talent to express the life you want to lead. It is centered on personal identity or personal play in the external world and how it responds to the seductive forces of the physical world. It is the foundation of a healthy ego that allows us to interact with the world without selling ourselves short by pretending to be someone we are not. The function of the sacral chakra, or sacral, some of us pronounce it sacral, is directed by the principle of pleasure. It manages how we begin to relate to others outside of our family tribe. The the creative exploration of life, relationships, sexuality, and discovering the power of choice. The sacral chakra resonates with our need for relationships and our need to control and create the dynamics of the physical world. It is the center of a pleasure, enjoyment, feelings, sensations, creativity associated with the emotional body, sensuality, and creativity. It's associated with the level of the lumbar vertebrae, the lymphatic system, related to emotional issues, the realm of emotions. It's particularly active in our sexuality and the expression of our sensual and sexual desires. It is instrumental in developing flexibility in our lives, and it also has to do with fantasies also as well, and the
I'll order
feeling
10 of
that
those,
we
please.
have
Thank you.
in the right in the inner and outer worlds. You're like, I'll get that, I'll get what she's having. So basically, all in all, this is our pleasure, this is our art, our creativity. It all comes from here. So now coming to the solar plexus, which is where we have that gap right here from our ribs, where kind of goes up, that gap right here in the middle. That's where the solar plexus lies, that energy center. So let's go ahead and scroll up and let's see what the solar plexus is about. It's associated with the color yellow. The Sanskrit name is Manipura. That's a little easier to pronounce because it almost sounds like manicure. So shining jewels, the city of jewels, seat of jewels, that's the English translation. It's located in the diaphragm.
Hmm.
And the chakra forms your deepest connections with willpower, self-discipline, self-esteem, and it is the chakra, and this chakra is the core of your personality and identity. It enables you to discover who you truly are and let your authenticity flourish. So especially for those of you who are still trying to figure out who you are, still trying to find out your deeper meaning and your deeper purpose in life, you want to focus on that solar plexus, guys. You really want to focus on that solar plexus, okay? You see how he's right here up in the clouds? Yeah, he needs to like definitely work on that root chakra.
Mm-hmm.
And so the solar plexus helps us grow it helps you grow your confidence and vitality. It embodies your unlimited potential to transform thought or inertia into action. So especially for those of you who especially have a lot of ideas and a lot of ideas, but you guys don't really make you guys don't really actually put your hands onto it. It just stays here, never happens here in our hands, here in the world. Solar plexus, definitely work on that solar plexus. It's about wisdom. It provides the actual momentum to move forward and realize personal desires and intentions in the world. It is about self-assurance. It is about personality, clarity of judgments, making decisions, setting the decision, forming personal opinions and beliefs, mental and intellectual abilities, taking responsibility for one's life, taking control, and self-mastery, expression of will, and personal power. So especially for those of you who when you start especially seeing yourselves develop your own opinions, especially when we're coming out of the family tribe, see, especially when it comes to us when we're becoming older and we're starting to interact with other people and we're starting to develop our own opinions and our own mindset apart from what our families believe or from the society that we live in. That's when you're starting to know when the solar plexus is starting to activate and starting to want to wake you up. And that's part of your spiritual growth too, having to develop your own mindset, your own opinions, your own beliefs. And also right here, what did it say about judgments? Clarity of judgments. You would
Mm-hmm.
have a clear mind and you would be a lot more critical and a lot more smarter with how you tend to think of things, and you would have a much more open mind when it comes to judging others or having certain judgments about things or certain topics as well. So
Mm. Give me 1 second here. The audio sounding kind of robotic there for a second. Say something? Yeah, it's starting to sound robotic. So I'm gonna do a quick callback to get you back online. 'Cause I'm not exactly sure what's causing that robotic noise. This is the wonderful world of technology, everybody. Apparently, oh, maybe it's just me. If anybody can help confirm if the audio issues I'm hearing is because of. Do you guys hear the robotic sound? If not, let me know in the chat. Oh yeah, they heard it. So I'm not hearing any audio again, so I'm gonna call her back one more time. My audio driver is definitely not cooperating with me today. Okay, what's going on now? One moment, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second. I can't hear anything at the moment, and maybe it's because of me. Please say something. Yeah, audio's not coming through for some reason. That's wonderful. This makes me excited. Um, I really hope I don't have to restart this computer. Let's see here. This is wonderful, so wonderful tonight. And now I have absolutely zero audio. So I think I'm gonna need to restart my computer here. Um, so because no audio is coming through now, which is really awesome. So uno momento, everybody. We shall return in just a second. Stay with the channel. You don't have to reboot or anything or restart. I shall return in about maybe 30 seconds. Okay, so we are kind of back. We're getting everything situated here. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for this. Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, now I can hear you.
I can hear you nice and clear.
Perfectly. I love it. Okay.
All right.
All right. So I just need to get back into my little dashboard here so I can make sure that we're okay and I can see everybody's comments.
Are we still live or we're going to start another live
We are
stream?
completely live right now.
Oh, I'm live right now. Hi, guys. Nice to
Oh
be
my
back.
God, live.
All right, so do I continue with the heart
Please.
chakra or okay, because I wasn't sure if everyone missed out on the solar plexus. But just to reiterate, I mean, going back to the lower chakras, right? The root, the sacral or the sacral, and the solar plexus, doesn't it make sense, guys, that that's really the foundation to our lives before we can actually work into the higher chakras or the more spiritual of the basic chakras, right? The whole thing about willpower, being able to develop our own opinions, being more open-minded, being able to research and find our own opinions about things, right? Working on our sensuality, working on our creativity, working on our pleasure, and working on our sense of security and stability. Isn't that like the most core things and the most important things of our lives, right? Before we
Mm-hmm.
get into the more spiritual stuff. And the first one, the first chakra that has to do with the higher chakras or the more spiritual chakras is the heart chakra, which is obviously here at our heart center. So the heart chakra is affiliated with the color green, and the Sanskrit name is Anahata, which means unstruck. And interestingly, the challenge of the heart chakra is very similar to the challenges of the solar plexus, only it communicates with us on a slightly more sophisticated level, and in turn, and it is tuned in at a frequency that encourages us to expand our love beyond the self, beyond ourself, right? I'm going to repeat that one more time because I kind of stuttered there. It communicates with us on a slightly more sophisticated level, and it is tuned in at a frequency that encourages us to expand our love beyond ourself. The heart chakra corresponds to the heart, lungs, the thymus gland, and the cardiac plexus. It enables us to grieve. It helps us to attain tranquility and inner peace in the midst of conflict. So especially when you guys see those people who, especially after breakups, they don't cry, or if they have a hard time expressing themselves in a funeral, or just have a really hard time expressing themselves, they probably have some blockage in the heart chakra. It's not that they're uh, emotionless or anything. They just really have a blocked heart chakra. In some cases, you could just be dealing with a sociopath. But going for, which I mean, in that case, they would have all chakras blocked in many ways. So it enables you to grieve, attain tranquility. As I said, that it is responsible for forgiveness and acceptance. Okay, what did Buddha talk about, right? You have to live a life of acceptance, because a life of expectation is a life of disappointment. Okay, so acceptance, guys, acceptance, and that is from the heart, right? Because he worked on the higher chakras. Opening the heart is the start of your healing process. It is where the physical and the spiritual come together. It brings earthly and spiritual aspirations. It is the center of awareness, integration, and insights. It gives you the capacity to love. It is about integration. It bridges also between the earthly and the spiritual aspirations. We talked about that already. Transcending personal identity and limitations of the ego. It is about the experience of unconditional love and the connection with all. And of course, it is about appreciating and seeing the beauty of all things and experiencing deep and meaningful relationships. When we start experiencing more deep and meaningful relationships in our lives, that's when we know we have a healthy heart chakra. We attract people that are meaningful, that are here in our lives to be long term. We attract people who are good to us. And especially for those of you who have, I've had a lot of clients out there who are like, well, I am like 25 years old and I've never had a boyfriend that lasted me over a month. And it's because they haven't worked on their heart chakra yet. They're not there yet. They're still focusing on their willpower. They're still working on their sense of self-worth, their self-growth. They're still working on the lower chakras. They're still learning the lessons of their lower chakras. Those need to be addressed. The whole idea of stability and grounding and all of that. And it makes sense, right? It's hard to have a relationship if you don't have a job. It's hard to have a relationship if you don't have a place, and it's not to be materialistic or anything, but that's just life, right? We need to work on the most basic things. We need to have a healthy sense of self-esteem and self-love and self-worth. We need to have a strong willpower so we don't let just anyone walk all over you, so that we can dissect who's good for you, who's not, especially if there's someone who's walking all over you, right? And then of course it works on our sense of creativity. It works on our sense of being able to express ourselves too, right? So and that makes sense, right? We have to be able to master those three chakras to be able to start experiencing more meaningful relationships, seeing more soul contracts in our lives, and we're starting and also to be able to finally be able to have that unconditional love and compassion, being able to grieve and be completely vulnerable and transparent to other people in our lives. So now going to the throat chakra, which is right here. In the
Right there,
male,
darling. It's right
you'll see the
there.
males,
Right there,
it's right
darling.
here. What is this thing called? The apple bottom or something? Um,
Adam's apple.
this thing that you got, Adam's apple bottom.
Apple bottom
I'm over here
jeans,
telling
boots with the
jeans, boots with
fur.
the fur. That's exactly what I was thinking about. Oh my God.
There was a.
That was my song back in
Mm-hmm.
the day. Um,
There's a question after you're done explaining this next chakra here, but there is a question, so go ahead and continue.
the throat chakra. Okay, so the throat chakra, it is Vishuddha. The Sanskrit name is Vishuddha, and the English translation is pure or purification. Interesting, right?
That's
So it
just
is
me all over
associated with,
pure, pure.
right, pure,
We're all
immaculate.
pure. Yes.
Um, so it is associated with the pharyngeal, and the brachial plexus. Gosh, anyone who has studied anatomy, please you are more than welcome to correct my English. And it is connected to the mouth, the jaws, the tongue, the pharynx, the palate, the throat, and the shoulders and the neck also as well. It is the chakra of communication. It is connected with the way you express your life with the utmost authenticity. It is communicating your thoughts, your feelings, your intentions clearly and accurately. This is where we expand our voice and the power of will. Okay, so even though, again, going back to the whole idea of will, right? We address those things back from the solar plexus, right? It's about willpower, but this is where it gets, again, a little bit more sophisticated in the sense where, again, we expand our voice and we expand more on that power of will, and we expand our voice, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we see energy change into matter as a result of throat chakra actions such as thinking, speaking, and visualization. It has to do with expression, the ability to express the truth, to speak out, communication, whether it's verbal or nonverbal. So especially for those of you who have a very balanced, clear chakra, if you guys tend to be very transparent, even when it comes to your body language, people just automatically know when you're sad, when you're happy, and all that stuff. You don't need to be able to express yourself verbally for people to know what's up. People just can read you off, like a book, and that's how you will know you have a balanced throat chakra, because people can read you easily. So it's actually not a bad thing. People do say that, sensitive people are the best people in the world, right?
Mm.
Even though a lot of people tend to complain about sensitive people being like, oh, you're too sensitive, or you get too butthurt. It's
You're
actually a good thing,
so
guys. It's a
sensitive.
compliment.
So
You're so
sensitive.
sensitive. You get butthurt over everything.
Butthurt.
Be proud of it. Anyone throws it in your face next time, be proud of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, connection with the etheric realm, the more subtle realms of spirit and intuitive abilities, has to do with um, prosperity and the propensity to create, projecting ideas and blueprints into reality, realizing your vocation, your purpose, and you will also have a good sense of timing when the throat chakra is balanced. Now, moving up to the third eye chakra, right? I am wise. What was the affirmation that we used for the throat chakra? I am wise. So, the throat chakra, I'm sorry, the third eye chakra, the Sanskrit name is Ajna. Wait, I'm sorry, you said you had a question.
Yeah, so the Caitlin had a question. She said, with grief, when you just go numb emotionally, is that both your heart and your crown chakra?
I would say um, well, numb emotionally, like, I would say that is the heart chakra. I would say that's the heart chakra. Then again, I mean, if you have been feeling numb for years, you have to keep in mind that maybe by now you might have blockages already in all of your chakras. And that was something that I was going to talk about after, doing this quick rerun of the seven chakras, because believe me, my notes, it's about 16 pages long, guys. Okay, I'm only reading to you guys the introduction
The
paragraph that I wrote for
minified.
each chakra. Okay, I'm only giving you a synopsis of my notes. Okay, all right. So
Don't get
um,
sensitive, please. Please check your chakras right now. Please don't get sensitive, Miss Mermaid. God.
right. So when it comes to your question, which I wanted to address a little later, but might as well talk a little bit about it now. I think if you have been feeling numb emotionally for a while, possibly months or years already, you probably want to consider the idea that maybe you already have a blockage in multiple chakras. Because once we have a blockage in, say, the throat chakra, then it's like a chain reaction. Then this one gets blocked, and 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 this one gets blocked. And there it all goes, because we're not addressing the issue and we're not working on the issue. What happens when we start when we become an alcoholic, right? We start drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking, and we don't think it's a problem until we address it's a problem. And then when we address that it's a problem, it's because we're addicted already, right? So that's what it's about. So
So.
going with the third eye chakra, the affirmation, what was the affirmation there? It was I am wise, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Sanskrit name is Ajna. AJNA, and the English translation is command and also perceiving. It is the center where we transcend duality, the duality of the personal I, separate from the rest of the world, of a personality that exists independently from everything else. It is about witnessing your freedom beyond the realms of realistic illusion, and I put that in quotes also as well. Between the eyes, where the eyebrows would be, it is associated with the pineal gland in charge of regulating biorhythms, including sleep and wake time. It is a gland located in the brain that is a center of attention because of its relationship with the perception and effect of light and altered or mystical states of consciousness. It is associated with the archetypal dimensions as well as the realm of spirits. It is responsible for the link between your mind and the outer world, the flow of energy, and how the flow of energy interacts with your consciousness. It lets us cut through illusion and to access deeper truths. It correlates with our mental ability, psychological skills, and how we evaluate beliefs and attitudes. So we just basically have a sharper mind, a sharper intuition when it comes to a balanced third eye chakra. Remember what was the affirmation when we did the meditation earlier in the live stream? I am wise, right? I am wise, and feeling confident in that. So that when we come to the crown chakra, the which is right here, where we would lay a crown, right? That would be the crown. And the Sanskrit name is Sahasrara,
Hmm.
which is the English translation is thousand petals. Okay, the color is white, and it is associated with the pituitary gland, the pineal gland, the hypothalamus, and yes, it's also associated with the pineal gland, just how the third eye is also associated with the pineal gland as well. Okay, so the hypothalamus, the brain, and the nervous system, it allows access to the utmost clarity and enlightened wisdom. It gives us the access to higher states of consciousness as we open to what is beyond our personal preoccupations and visions. The function of the crown chakra is driven by consciousness and gets us in touch with the universal. It connects us to the divine. It is said to be the place where the individual consciousness meets a higher state of universal consciousness. It helps us experience spiritual growth and be connected to the universe. So for a lot of us who are starting to experience, that sense of oneness, and mind you, we're only talking about the 7 basic chakras. There is another chakra which is below the root chakra, funny enough. So the root chakra is actually not the first chakra. It is the first basic chakra within our body, okay? There is one below that, about 12 to 18 inches below the tailbone. So it's basically in our aura, but it's not within our body. And that one is actually also about oneness too, which we're not getting into because even though it's below the root chakra, it is a more spiritual chakra, and we will get to that in a different live stream, so stay tuned, guys.
Hmm.
This one also has to do with that sense of oneness also as well. So going back to that topic about cleansing our energies or cleansing our chakras, now we can have some chakras where they're overactive and chakras that are underactive. Now we want them to be balanced, right? Just like a vagina, guys, right? Just like a vagina, right? You need to have a balanced pH level. You have to
Did you
have a
say
balance
the
of good
V
bacteria and bad
word?
bacteria in order to be healthy. Yes, the B word, the V word. And but it's basically the same thing if we use that example, right? We need to have a balanced sense, a balanced pH level, right? We need to have a balance of good bacteria and bad bacteria. If we have all of a sudden, we kill all the bad bacteria, what happens? All of a sudden we get an infection, right? And the same thing happens,
Hmm.
if it's in reverse. And it's the same thing when it comes to our chakras too, as well. We don't want them to be underactive or overactive in any way. So, for instance, when it comes to having an overactive throat chakra, we talk over others. You see me do that to Mr. Anthony all the time because I do have an overactive chakra. Then I blame it on the Aquarius moon. Oh, come on, let's not lie. I'm pretty self-aware of my flaws, okay?
Ah, ah,
I'm not oblivious to my
ah.
bullshit, okay?
But I said I'm pure.
Right? No, I was talking about how I talk over you.
Oh,
Um,
how you talk? Oh, okay.
and
Yeah, we
that's
can
a
talk about
sign
your
of an
flaws, not
oh,
my flaws.
yeah, we can talk about them all day. We can point them out all day. How about we sit
Let me
back
just look into
and
the
we just
book
focus
of
on
Yvonne
your
here. Your
problems?
flaws are.
For real, for real.
And then when it comes to my
And
flaws, I'm all like, no, that book is closed.
for real. Burn that book. Let's get rid of the evidence. For real. Um, when it comes, see, and for instance, that's a sign of an overactive throat chakra. And for instance, like we talked about the signs of an underactive or a blocked heart chakra, which we talked about the inability to be vulnerable and transparent, the inability to cry in front of others, and at the same time, is not being like an emotional mess either, right? Because that would be a sign of an overactive heart chakra, not being just this crazy emotional mess and having emotional breakdowns everywhere. But this is also being able to be vulnerable and not being afraid of expressing your emotions, like the Page of Cups, right? What I always talk about. Um, Without feeling embarrassed or feeling like you have to hide yourself, especially you see a lot of we don't see that much anymore, but possibly like decades ago we used to there was this big thing about like men just don't cry and stuff like that. It's a blockage in the heart chakra. Okay, so the reason why we bring this up is because I do offer some chakra balancing. So for those of you who are interested in a chakra balancing with myself, and I do I do tend to do my sessions with my clients about 7 to 14 days long. And if you guys are interested in that, you find me on my Facebook, or you can find me on Instagram, Twitter, or you can also just follow me on YouTube. You can just contact me through YouTube, and we can possibly set up a program for you if you guys are interested in working on the 7 basic chakras, and possibly after that we can possibly work on the 8 through 11. So back to Anthony.
That's me. Well, it is my channel, so that's enough of you. You're shut. No.
Oh, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So now we're coming to the fun part. Jazzy fingers, tarot readings. So, as you may have seen down here below, that we are doing a free yes/no question. There is a $1 clarifier card to go with that question, and then there's a full spread read, 10 minutes long, for $5, where you get both readings from both of us. And you can find all the description information down in the, all the payment methods in the description below. And if you just want to buy us a slice of pizza, sure, why not? We love pizza. Pizza. So we're going to take a quick 3 to 5 minute breather here to refill some water and stuff like that, get channeled, and then we will get started. Okay, so thank you very much for all joining. I hope this was a really excellent conversation that you enjoyed. If there's anything that any of you would love to actually talk about, and we actually have some really great stuff coming down the pike here, as well as how we can interact with our viewers like you, please let us know in the comments below anything that you want to talk about, and we can definitely put that onto the next show. So quick 5 here, and we shall return. Thank you very much. And maybe some music too. Music is good. Music, please. Please, the music. Something that YouTube will not be offended by. That way, we don't get blocked. Here we go. Whoa. Hope that didn't blast everybody's speakers. All right. Awesome. Thank you very much, everybody, for letting us take the short little break. And so we will now resume the next segment, tarot reading. Ooh. That's awesome. So, we do have a couple of priority readers in the queue, and we also have our yes and no questions as well in the queue. And we'll definitely get to all of your questions tonight. At least that's our goal. So again, for those of you who just joined us, and for those of you who are messaging me actually privately about where you ask your question, you actually ask your question in the chat. For those of you who are going to do yes and no, just try to make it a quick yes and no. If you do the $1 clarifier, just let us know which platform that you donated the dollar for, or the $5 full read. Camilla, you are taken care of, as well as Queen Mage. Both of you are on the list here on the left-hand side of the window here. And with that said, we're going to go ahead and get started here with Queen Mage. And again, how the rules work here is that it's a free yes and no with a $1 clarifier and a $5 priority read, which gives you 10 minutes with us, and it puts you into the top of the queue. And so let's go ahead and get this party started, shall we? Shall we?
Shall we?
Show enough. Everybody's like, shut the fuck up and start reading. Ooh, did I just drop the F-bomb? I'm sorry, y'all. I mean, we're all adults here, right? So let's see here. First up we have is Queen Mage. And everybody who's in the chat right now and watching this, feel free to go ahead and let us know your not your full name, but your first name, your sign, and the question. Same goes with Queen Mage and for Camilla as well. And for those of you who ask your yes no questions now, we'll go ahead and answer them in the chat, and if we have time, we'll actually may even address it on a video as well. So, Queen Mage. And you know what, Queen Mage? I think you were here the last time I did the review of my cool Prisma Vision tarot cards, and you are going to pop its cherry today. That was probably uncalled for right now. And my poor fake daughter right now is like, my virgin ears, or maybe virgin ears, but my mom doesn't know. I'm just kidding, you guys. I'm just totally forgiving. I'm just totally joking. Please forgive me. No, let's see here. So, Madge. Oh, like badge. So Madge, Queen Madge, like Vag, you know, Queen Vag. But
like
Madge.
Queen Vag.
That's another way you can actually
Queen
explain
Vag.
it to some people. It's like,
What's your
you got
question,
my
Vag?
name wrong. You got my name wrong. It's not Mage. It's Madge, like Vag. So, so let's see here. What advice information does my spirit guide have regarding the path I'm currently on? She's a Cancer, and her name is Charmaine. And I'll let my guest of honor go ahead and start the process.
Alrighty then. Let's see how accurate my reading will be. Like Jim Carrey says, like a glove.
Like a
All
glove.
right, so let's see. All right, so let's see. Let's see. All right, so for my section of the reading, I'm going to be using the Dark Fairy Tale Tarot by Los Caraballos, so I hope this reading resonates for you like a glove. All right.
Like a slice of pizza.
Uh-huh. All right, so let's see what the cards have to say. You're strong, but you don't take control of your life. You don't take the bull by the horns. There's a lot of spiritual growth and a lot of personal growth that needs to happen. A lot of willpower that needs to be gained. I feel like you feel a lot of challenges and setbacks with your life. And you know what makes it funnier is that you're upside down too,
I know.
you know. But okay, but the thing here with you is that I feel like you kind of feel like the obstacles are always on your way. You always feel like there's always something. Like if it's not one thing, it's another. That's the problem. You kind of feel like you're the victim in your life. I kind of see this victim mentality. And we talk about that, you know, that whole victim thing like 2 live streams ago, wasn't it, Anthony? Or am I just imagining things? I probably had this conversation with a personal client and I'm thinking it's a live stream. But there was something about this victim mentality,
Oh yeah.
um, this thing about you possibly think that, you know, that you're always probably like, why me, mentality. You possibly always feel like things are always like there's always something getting in your way. Um, you're going to continue to see setbacks and delays. Be prepared for that. That's just life, okay? You're not the victim, okay? We all go through all those kinds of things, all these obstacles, setbacks, and delays. And I just want you to know that, you know, even in the times where you do feel alone, whoever this is, I do feel like it's a male energy. I do think that whoever is one of your guardian angels, this could have been someone who actually loved you in the past. Who actually had romantic feelings for you in the past and possibly was quite obsessive over you. And I feel like this entity hasn't reincarnated just yet. As a matter of fact, I think when they passed, they decided to be your guardian angel in this lifetime. And as a matter of fact, I think this person died young too. I do feel like this person, and I kind of feel like a Capricorny energy. This person could have been a Capricorn. And this person was very open-minded. I do feel like this person had a different way of saying things. He could have been a pagan. He could have been someone who was into the spiritual stuff. But I feel like this person, whoever this is, this guardian angel is someone who loved you in the past. Unfortunately, I don't think you felt the same way for this person, though. But basically, I do feel like this is going to change. I feel like this too will pass. And I do feel like eventually you will take the bull by the horns and the energy will change for you. But the cards want you to know that your spirit guide wants you to know that, you know, the struggle is real, and the struggle is something that we all go through. It's about getting out of our minds and stop telling ourselves, why me, why me, why me, why always me. That's just life. Life is full of uncomfortable experiences. It's about just doing them anyway. It's about just going through them anyway and taking control, especially when we're in situations and we tend to brush them off as like, well, I didn't have control over that. Well, blah, blah, blah. It's about, just taking control every step of the way. And you'll see that things will start changing in your favor and you'll start seeing that the energy flow around you, that prana energy that we were talking about in the introduction of the chakras, um, which is that energy flow. It's about, being able to manipulate that in a good way and in a healthy way where it can help you spiritually. Anthony?
Yes, excellent. So when it came to my read here, let me just adjust my cam here real quick so it's straight. Awesome. So the one thing that actually wanted to get clarification, at least on my part, was what exactly is the path that you're currently on? Because I actually don't know what that path is, and I've got to fix this camera here too. Here we go. Um, and I think we need to change this pizza here. We have enough spiritual pizza. Now we need to give me some pizza. So now this is telling me that I think that you might have been having some problems with maybe. Uh, I'm seeing stabilization, and I'm also seeing. Uh, let's see here. I'm seeing frustrations as well, like maybe some confusion. So confusion and stabilizations, and therefore this path that right now, which is I have here the Three of Wands actually in reverse here, and it seems that you've actually been on this path. My feelings are telling me here that the path that you've been on here, I get the um, for some reason this seven is actually ringing in my head that you might have been on this path for quite a few months, maybe close to 7 months, perhaps. By the way, just correct me if I'm wrong here. You're more than happy. I'm more than happy to hear if I'm wrong about this, but I want to really dive into that. So I feel that this path was. I have a sense that you probably got this from another tarot reader, perhaps. Uh, you've probably had some inspiration from somebody, and you probably started, you sat back for about a month and tried to figure out what it really meant because it might have been kind of coming across as vague. But it seems that you are on a path in order to really stabilize your emotions, I think. And I think your emotions have been on check in terms of getting you frustrated, annoyed really easily, and confused especially. And I think the confusion is probably the most high in priority here. So you might be on that kind of path. And if I'm off, please let me know what path that you're on so I can have a little more clarification and see what this means in terms of what you're going through. Now, um, I do see that this path is actually has started very, very strong for you. You do have some challenges coming along the way, as a matter of fact, and um, I feel actually it's a very strong path. Look, we have the King of Pentacles along with the Eight of Pentacles here. It's all about balancing here. You're working a lot about balancing yourself, and you're taking the bull by its horns, just like in this picture right here. Excellent job. And I think you're actually probably feeling that too. You're probably starting to get a little bit of chills, probably, because I'm actually feeling a little bit of chills at the moment. It's probably very ambitious to say, but it's kind of what I feel right now. Now, let's go ahead and continue forward here. But again, I do believe that you are uh, doing pretty well with your path. Let's see what kind of stuff you're going to be kind of facing here. We got the Page of Cups, the Star in reverse, and the Four of Cups. So it really does show that you're going to probably have actually kind of a downhill um, thing going on here, meaning that it's going to be very, very easy. Because the fact that you've been devoted quite a bit of time with whatever you've been working on, I actually have the sense here that you actually are on the right path, and it's getting easier as it goes. You will be handling your feelings. As a matter of fact, I feel that there's going to be some. Um, what's the word I'm looking for? It's almost like some it's another word for guilty pleasures, and I can't seem to think of the word about it right now, but you will have some feelings where it's going to challenge you to break away from your path here, and I think it will capture your attention, and it's going to be something that's very, very hard to block. It's going to be very hard to ignore, and that's kind of what I'm looking for. Okay, but you're not going to relent. Okay, so I do see that being a really good deal here for you. Um, I feel that you have been spending time by yourself, and what you need to do actually at this point, moving forward, now that you've been spending time with your path here, and I'm not sure if she has responded or not in the chat. I'm just gonna double check, make sure everything's okay. Yeah, everything's okay. I think now is the time. You might have gotten this signal somehow, and it might have been some type of animal. I'm getting this like a type of animal that you saw that just kind of caught your attention. You might have stared at it. What would be the challenge that you think I'd block? Um, let's look back there for a second, and I'll put these cards here aside because it seems that um, these two cards right here are telling me that of an activity that you need to do in order to sort of like move on to the next phase of your journey here. Um, tell me about what's going to be blocked here. I feel a man, and I think this is somebody you may know. It could be a past relationship of some sort or a really sour friend, but this guy is not like he's cool and all, but in your book, he's really not okay. Um, the number two comes up in my mind here. The second man you might have been with, or maybe your second best friend, or might have been your second best friend of some sort, or like he's like your number two in your list of your priorities, of who you see as a friend. But I feel like that this person will actually come around and try to reconnect with you and try to kind of invite you to go to places and stuff like that. And it may seem, excuse me, it might seem um, temptation. That's the word I'm looking for. Like there's going to be some temptations that they're going to be facing, and I think this guy knows how to hit your temptations because you spent enough time with him in the past to where he kind of knows the things that you enjoy. So um, be prepared for him to come knocking at your door, or even that, not him specifically knocking your door, but he actually might tag along with somebody too that will uh like you'll catch wind of him, like you'll see him, and um it's just like he'll be part of a group of some sort. Like he's just gonna come into your field of view. um and if it's not a guy, maybe it's a very masculine woman if you happen to know who that is. But again, I'm getting the number two here in my head. Not exactly sure if that means anything to you, and it probably doesn't. But it could be like your second best friend, or it could be some like your best friend's partner, perhaps, or even your best friend's friend. So I think but in general, I do see it's like a man who'll actually kind of tap into your temptations in terms of wanting to go do something that's kind of like something that it's almost like you give up something for Lent, right? Like with this path, I feel that you probably did a few some minor sacrifices in terms of trying not to do something in order to keep you focused, and this person that come walking into your life will probably start tapping on the door that you wanted to close to help you with this journey. Now, the next phase of your journey that I'm seeing here is something along the lines of creating something. And I don't know why I just thought of this, but for some reason the idea of basket weaving just came into my mind. And it's not the fact that you need to get into basket weaving, but I think it's just more about the fact that you need to create something physical. Um, Maybe some type of jewelry of some sort, or like it's not something soft, but it really actually is something like requires some labor. And I feel that you may have some type of talent that requires some type of labor. It could be like planting of some sort, um, not like photography or painting, but really is definitely something that's going to challenge you physically, I think. And that's either from making small pieces of jewelry, and for some reason I keep thinking jewelry, but then if it's the opposite of jewelry, then it's like, something a little bit uh, more labor intense, which is like gardening of some sort. So uh, now's the time to go to the next phase. Okay, and that's kind of what I'm getting here. Okay, and make sure I'm getting some things here in terms of you having some like thoughts that are not really nice, perhaps. Like maybe sometimes you don't say the things because you're trying to change your outward vision of people and stuff like that. But I feel that you're still having thoughts of like saying, oh, that's that stupid woman. Like, why is she doing that kind of thing? Like, you think that in your head, and you're kind of letting that happen, and it just kind of comes to you like second nature. So try to control that. That's something you definitely need to work on. Is the thoughts. There's really not a whole lot of things that you really need to work on yourself because you seem to have everything down. I feel like you're really organized with this, but the laws of attraction is listening to how you're responding to people within your thoughts. Let's see here. Oh, okay. So to kind of close this up here, I don't see anybody coming into your life right now. Um, I think that you should probably hold on to your finances, meaning that you should probably just kind of secure yourself a little bit longer. Again, avoiding those temptations, and yeah, you're not really going to be meeting anybody anytime soon. In terms of either love or friendship and stuff like that. I mean, as far as like meeting somebody new, that is, okay. But uh, make sure you just hold on to your belongings and the stuff like the material things that you find very valuable to yourself. And it's okay that you may think that uh LOA. What's LOA? I don't understand that one. Is it long overdue apples? Long overdue apples for the win. Okay, if you like overdue apples, that's cool. um Sorry, I just made up stuff. I don't even know what the LOA stands for.
Apple bottom jeans,
Boots with
boots
the
with the
fur.
fur,
The whole club's looking
the
at
whole
Queen
club's
Madge.
looking at her.
At Queen Madge, okay. And if you can't pronounce her name, it's Queen Madge, like a vag, but Queen Madge. So, anyways,
Queen Madge the Vag.
Queen Madge. Ooh, you just got a new nickname. I'm so sorry.
Queen Madge the
We are
Badge.
we're going to Pizza Hell here. Although I don't really don't believe in hell, but yeah. So anyway,
Pizza Hell I do.
well, I'd rather go to Pizza Heaven if anything. But so yeah, uh, nobody new coming through. And as far as like the material things, I think you've been trying to not be as materialistic, like Madonna. But I am in material world. I am material girl. You know it. But it's okay to actually have a few possessions that you actually hold dear to you, that you actually enjoy. So, let your sacral come into play in terms of like the things that you find joy in physical things. Jewelry, it's okay because jewelry is actually which is a whole new topic we'll be able to talk about another time. But it's all about how we infuse energy with items, even though it's not like a crystal of the earth or something like that, or a gemstone of some sort. That there's objects around us that all have energy vibrations. So you can choose what you want, or buy something that you want. That makes you actually feel good. It may be temporary happiness, as some people might say, but it's okay. You know, you deserve it. Okay, so let me go ahead and put these little chakra stones into my little bowl, darling. Would you like some crumpets with your tea, madam? Huh? Crumpets with your tea, madam?
I would be delighted.
Because it'd be
Good
rubbish.
morning, madam. Have you seen that video?
It'd be
Did I
very
send you that video,
rubbish.
gentleman cat?
Yes. Yeah, actually, that bow.
Because it's guys, you need to see that video. It's about a cat who like does a bow whenever you call his name. I forgot what the name of the cat was, but he just goes, "Good morning, madam." Well, someone puts a voiceover over the cat, and it's just like British guy saying, "Good morning,
Good
madam,"
morning,
when the
madam.
cat's like making a bow. Good morning, madam.
So to finish off, actually, ooh, this just gave me chills when I just pulled this out. Because you're on like this spiritual path about yourself to better yourself, and I just pulled out the third eye chakra for you. So make sure that you keep focusing on what you're doing. I think there's a lot of good stuff going on here. I hope it resonated with you. If I was way off, please let me know. I mean, you're not hurting any egos here. It's all about learning, okay? I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, no, I was wrong. So I'm gonna try to try to kind of hide it by saying like, oh well, it's closely related. No, we love to hear if we're wrong because we want to learn. I'm not perfect, okay? Well, I am in some cases, but not today. So anyway, uh, and to answer your question, Caitlin, this is the Prisma Vision Tarot deck, and if you see my stream on Tuesday, I did a full review on it, and there's something very very unique and special about this deck. I can't do it right now because I have it all shuffled, but if you go back to Tuesday's stream, which is the last one I just did, I do a full review on this, and you'll get to see what it's all about and why I picked this deck. Okay, so work on your chakra, your excuse me, your sixth chakra, which is the third eye. Okay, and I hope that resonated with you. Awesome! A great deal has resonated. We love deals, and I love coupons too. But unfortunately, sometimes those coupons don't work. Even though you go to like couponmaster.com, they give you the code, and they're like, "Oh, here, if you want
Or
like."
retell me not,
Oh yeah, exactly. Like all those codes do not work.
right? For real.
I'm like, why do I even waste
Disappointing.
my energy chakras with you?
For real, right? It's just like completely like messes with my energy flow. You're messing with my piranha, baby.
Yes, right. Whew. Okay, so let's go ahead and cleanse this real quick. I gotta get another instance here. Um, More than not, that's what Queen Madge just said. Which is really cool. I'm glad that both of us were able to help you out. And she said that that everything resonated more than not. A great deal, madam, have resonated with me more than not. And so now
That's
I shall
awesome.
drink my glass of water. Water.
Remember the affirmation for the third eye chakra, I am wise.
I am wise, 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 wise. My particular affirmation for the third eye. Well, this is something I made up with myself too, but and I actually want to incorporate the wise one, the wise one. But I usually say that I trust my intuition that it'll reveal to me the truth. Very simple, straightforward, because it's all about using that energy, that chakra, to help you see things that's not there. Even see like the Surgeon General warnings when you go on a first date, and you want to look for that warning label on your date to see what kind of side effects that date has. We don't want those side effects. So I use my third eye chakra. It's like, So you like to be a loner and stuff like that? Okay, I don't want that side effect. Thank you. So a freeloader or something, whatever. But anyway, moving forward. So thank you very much, Queen Madge. That was a really cool read. Very very fun. Moving on to Miss Kamiya. So, Kamiya's name is Rosanna, and she is a Sagittarius. And she says, I'm working at a temp job Will they ever offer me a permanent position? So that's more yes and no. But if you do have like a more fuller question that you want to you want to ask, maybe a general reading, something like that. You know what? If it doesn't come up, if you don't come up with another question, then a yes and no, then we'll just do a general one. How about that?
Why don't we just do an in-depth yes or no?
That actually works for me. An in-depth yes and no. So like, yes and no if she gets this job or not, and if not, um, we'll just figure out what she needs to do. And if it's a yes, then we'll again figure out what she needs to do. All right. So, um, let's get started, shall we? Okay.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, madam. Kimia.
Well, I have here a. They're all in reverse too. Oh, actually, you know what? I can't do these just yet. I didn't shuffle it. Give me 1 second while I shuffle this. Shame on me. Good Lord Almighty. And your video is coming in so clear right now. Thank goodness.
That's great.
God, the last time we were streaming, we just had problems left and right.
You were so done after the live
I was
stream.
done. I was
so
like the next, like we love donations and everything, but when that donation started hitting, we're like, please don't crap on me. Please don't crap on me. Like, I was saging my microphone, saging everything. I don't know what it was, but man, we were having a tough time that night. Ooh, the Lover's card. Does that mean office taboo? Oh my god! Okay. Will this Sagittarius keep her job? Well, I have 2 evens and 1 odd, and that actually kind of points to no. Well, possibly no, as a matter of fact. I feel what's going to happen here is that I feel like it's going to be sort of like a repeat of what you experienced when you told me last time that has happened to you in a way, but a little bit more subtle, as a matter of fact. But I feel that like they're going to kind of tell you at a very short notice. As far as time frame goes, I'll probably leave that to Miss Mermaid here if she agrees or not. And if she doesn't agree, then I'll look up a date on my own. But I do see here that I think you need to take more force into maybe how you talk to your boss. I feel that maybe with your boss that I think you feel that the boss is kind of closing up a few things, like mentally and maybe emotionally, or like energy wise, because you might be expecting bad news to come, but the bad news is not going to come for a while, I think. I do see them picking straws to see what works, stuff like that. And I do see you kind of out of your element just a little bit in terms of where you're at. I think they give you some tasks that you're probably, that you probably feel that is probably not within your, like your forte. Like there's probably things that you have to kind of research, I think. And you probably get pretty frustrated with that a little bit because maybe there's not a lot of information out there to kind of answer that question, so you're kind of winging it a little bit, kind of using your sources. Let's see here. I sense that you're a mother. Well, duh. I know this. No, I'm just kidding. But let's see here. I feel that you're trying to kind of tap into some ideas that can probably help you garner some income, perhaps. I do see here that after this job, I feel that you actually might get something very, very quickly. As a matter of fact, I see stability. I do see here. I see stability, and I actually see less stress, as a matter of fact. With that Nine of Swords in reverse, we have the Empress and the Page of Wands here, and that's what's telling me actually that I feel that you will probably have something better after this particular job that you're working on right now, this temp. Because even with it in the name temp, you know, and I know that sometimes the temporary jobs can definitely be. And look, there's Chartrelis and Valentina. Hello. Um, but I know temps can turn into permanent jobs, and usually the word is like temp to or not temp for hire, but um, I forget, there's like a term for it where they say temp to hire, almost like rent to buy kind of thing, and. So be prepared. I think in the next job, it might be just a little bit more frustrating, but it'll definitely bring, you know, some stability. And I think it's just because of their hiring process, I believe. I believe that they kind of leave you on your own a little bit to kind of figure things out. They do give you, you know, the training and the resources that you need, but it's kind of automative. Like they kind of just, you know, hit the play button and just kind of let you go, you know, and try to and start learning and stuff like that. In this next job, um, it's probably not going to be paying out any more than what you're going through right now. Probably just a little bit, but I don't see much money in this one. But I think what you're probably looking for in this particular job is a little bit more on the stability of things. And it's funny because I actually don't have clarifier cards because these are all the middle cards here are all odds, which is really neat. Well, not neat, but just interesting. I do though see that you do have support, which is really nice. Uh, I do see like maybe a male figure that probably is trying maybe talking to you and say like, you know, we got this, everything's going to be okay. Maybe a man in your life of some sort, or a male figure in your life that's actually been, you know, really, really comforting you a lot, as a matter of fact. And he's not in no rush. And to me, this feels kind of romantic in a way, because we also have the Ten of Pentacles here, and I think that it's actually going to work out for you in the end. Maybe closer towards the end of the year, perhaps, because with that Ten of Pentacles, and you're surrounded by the water here, I feel it's almost like a wash. You know, like some negativity is going to be washed out, and you're going to feel a little bit more relieved after all this COVID stuff gets blown over, after you get landed with this better job after this temporary one, and and yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and let Miss Mermaid here tell her version of this, but I think in the end, I think you're gonna be pretty comfortable. I think it's gonna be I think it's gonna actually end, not end, but I think you know, like things are going to start rolling in a positive way for you.
Thank you so much,
Mermaid.
Anthony, for the wonderful introduction.
Yes, you're welcome, Miss Mermaid.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, madam. Please do not give her rubbish.
I hope my cards don't mention any rubbish. So I'm just going to go ahead and ask if this will turn into a temporary job, or you know what? I'm just going to ask in general if you will find a permanent position, a permanent job, whether it's here or somewhere else in 2020. Okay? So for your reading, we're going to continue using the Dark Fairy Tale Tarot by Los Scarabeo. So let's see what the cards have to say for you. I do have right here the Knight of Swords in reverse. I do see some great impatience here, so much to the point where you are, it's kind of messing with your attitude towards others. You could be moody, especially around the people in your personal life. Okay, so let's see what the cards have to say for you. So we have Justice, Five of Pentacles in reverse, Page of Wands in reverse, Six of Pentacles, the Star, and Two of Swords in reverse. I think it's a 50-50 chance whether you would find a temporary job in 2020. It's leaning more towards a yes, simply because I do feel like it all depends on how quickly you can recover from your disappointment of not being able to be on this job. I feel like if you don't make it here, you will make it somewhere else. But if you dwell on the idea that, oh, boo-hoo me, what's this whole thing about victim mentality? Thank God we talked about the chakras today. But the cards are over here telling us that if you don't recover quickly, you might decrease your chances of finding another job in 2020, a permanent job somewhere else in 2020. They are telling me here the challenge is the Five of Pentacles in reverse, which your challenge here is getting out of this impoverishment of feeling impoverished and feeling limited due to your budget. The reason why this is all happening, Page of Wands in reverse, we're still going through a lot of personal growth. We're still growing. We're still learning. We're still developing skills here. We're also still growing up. We're doing a lot of personal growth, spiritual growth here. I feel like there will be some decisions that need to be made later on in the year, and I feel like you will make a decision. I do feel like you will end up making a decision later on. So I do feel like that is the case for you. So yeah, back to Anthony.
Okay, madam, thank you very much for that lovely, lovely read.
And then Chartrella says that she also paid for a priority
She
read.
did, and I did receive that. Thank you very much, Miss Chartrellis. Char the
Thank
Pure.
you.
Chartrellis the Pure. So, if in case you're not sure on how to ask the question, you just ask the question in the chat. You give your first name plus your sign, and then the question. That's how it works. That way, Miss Mermaid can see who you are. And I see Baconator. Oh, I miss Bacon. All these signs right now.
Probably.
Yeah.
He's possibly watching you right now.
Probably. You know, you did tell me Gentleman Cat, which I told you the story behind Gentleman Cat. You just mentioned that, and then I saw Baconator. The phone call's gonna come again.
For real.
That's what I think.
Good morning, madam. When you answer that phone call, be like, good morning, madam.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking for your cup of tea.
Good morning, madam. Voicemail. So Chartrellis is a Cancer, and she says, I'd like to know if I'm going to be pure 100% throughout 2020. I'm just kidding. I'd like to know what's going on with me spiritually. Can't sleep. Ooh. I'll let you go ahead and start that one since you did the last read.
Can you read it for me again? Because
Yes.
for some reason, yeah, my end it's buffering a lot.
No problem. Chartrellis says, so I'd like to know what's going on with me spiritually. I can't sleep. She's a Cancer. And her name is Chartrellis.
Ooh, Chartrellis, you came late on this reading because today we were talking about the chakra. So after this live stream is done, I highly recommend you check out my website where you can contact me in regards to chakra balancing, and also check out the beginning of the live stream where we talk about the 7 basic chakras and how they relate to our lives and how that prana energy is very vital to our spiritual growth, okay, and our personal growth as well. So we're going to be using the Dark Fairy Tale Tarot by Los Scarabeo for your readings. I hope you enjoy the images and the messages just as much as I hope I will as well. So let's see I'm going to pull one card for each of the 7 chakras for you, and if you're interested in my service for the chakra balancing, then you can go to my YouTube channel, find my email address there, and contact me, or you can contact Anthony, and he can get a hold of me
She'll
for
probably
you.
contact me because she's one of my best friends too. So
Oh,
she lives in on the East Coast, and she just said I haven't slept in 2 days, maybe 3 to 4 hours total. Oh, I think that's because you're nasty. You're probably impure.
all right, so let's see. For the root chakra, we got the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. For the sacral chakra, we got the Eight of Wands. For the solar plexus, we have the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. For the heart chakra, we have the Ten of Wands in reverse. For the throat chakra, we do have the Queen of Swords. For the throat chakra, I'm sorry, for the third eye chakra, we do have the Eight of Cups in reverse. And for the crown chakra, we have the Nine of Pentacles in reverse. Why were you laughing,
Because
huh?
she said she wishes she was nasty right now. She says, I wish I was being nasty.
For real, it's better than the lack of sleep, huh? I'd rather be nasty than
Nasty? Well, you could
insomniac.
be nasty with yourself. Oh my god, this is now turning to be like an 18 or 21 over chat. Goodness.
It kind of is. It kind of is. Um,
No kids here.
Alrighty. So in the bottom of the deck, you do have the Chariot. So I feel like this is all about drive and motivation. Either you don't have enough of it, or you've been just on the go a lot. You possibly have had a lot of restless energy. So you could have quite a few overactive chakras right here. So let's start with the root chakra with the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. You want to ground yourself, but you're not being practical. You're not being realistic with yourself. Now, when it comes to the sacral chakra, which has to do with your sense of pleasure and creativity, we have right here the Eight of Wands. A lot of creative energy. What did we just talk about? That prana energy is coming in so swiftly, so smoothly, too smoothly to the point where it's overactive. We're having a lot of restless energy here. For the solar plexus, we do have right here the Ten of Pentacles in reverse, which to me the with the the Ten of Pentacles in reverse, what this has to do with the solar plexus for me is because the solar plexus is about willpower and self-esteem, our sense of self-worth. And with the Ten of Pentacles in reverse, maybe at home we're not respecting ourselves, or we're not giving ourselves the self-respect to maintain our home, to maintain that either personal hygiene or that house hygiene. Or we're at the home, we're not feeling respected by our roommates, or we're not being respected by our spouse, we're not being respected by our siblings if we live with our immediate family or children, or we're not respecting the people that we interact with. And or it could be both. When it comes to the heart chakra, which has to do with our sense of compassion and love and unconditional love as well, we do have right here the Ten of Wands in reverse. I'm seeing a lot of heavy burden, a lot of heavy energy with the Ten of Wands in reverse, almost to the point where, like, I think I wouldn't be surprised that even though there is a lot of restless energy, that your energy is not fixed. I wouldn't be surprised if your energy isn't organized, and it isn't efficient. So something that we need to work on, something that we need to consider when it comes to your throat chakra. We do have right here the Queen of Swords. So when it comes to the Queen of Swords, you can be cutthroat. You can definitely be very blunt, and it gets to a point where, like, sometimes it's not about you expressing your truth. It gets to a point where you express the truth to the point where you want to hurt, you want to attack, you want to be cynical, you want to be judgmental, or it can just be or sometimes when we have this chakra overactive, sometimes we don't realize when we do that. You can also be talking over people, especially when we're having arguments with people or having just simple conversations with others. We can talk over people. Now, when it comes to the third eye chakra, we do have the Eight of Cups in reverse. I do feel like the third eye chakra, your intuition chakra, is coming back. I do feel like your intuition is definitely coming back. It's making a return, so at least that's a good thing. And for the crown chakra, the chakra of greatness, the chakra of connecting to higher spirits in different realms. We do have right here the Nine of Pentacles in reverse. Maybe I see a lot of high dependency in being here down to earth. Maybe if you haven't experienced enough with either astral projection or haven't experienced enough with magic or different practices, eye gazing, for instance, or just haven't had a lot of experiences like that, then maybe there is a blockage here. And I do see that we are feeling too dependent on being here in this realm, in the third dimensional realm, that we're not allowing ourselves to experience other realms, other alternate realities. Anthony?
Yes. And by the way, because I do talk to her often, that you're practically spot on with what you're saying there. Didn't want to.
It's what I do.
I know, seriously, but so let me go ahead and I already started pulling out some cards here, and what I have here, it's actually kind of interesting. Uh, I feel disconnection. I feel that there was something that you dropped. Um, you just kind of like maybe backed off a little bit, and you just kind of looked at more current events than like current events in terms of what's going around you, and not like what's within you. And I feel that you have some house cleaning to do, as what she mentioned, and she said that you have some cleaning up to do around your area, but I also feel that there's some cleanup that needs to be done internally. Uh, you haven't been utilizing certain things about you that you've used in the past, and definitely it's starting to decline now. And I think you might have been trying to maybe pull some cards that have not been really in line with what you want to know about. And I think that you might have a little bit of confusion happening here, especially when you were trying to read your own cards. Uh, I'm seeing here there's some type of disagreements happening here, and you just kind of wish that the disagreements would just stop completely. And I think it's because of this disagreement, it's actually kind of channeling within to you, thus creating a disconnect either between you and a different person, which I think I know who it is, but I haven't really followed too much into your personal life in terms of who you're with right now. But um, I feel that this disconnection right here is actually kind of what's causing um, your lack of spirituality, your lack of sleep, and I think that this is like a sign. It's almost like wake up sign. Like and see, yeah, you said you haven't touched cards and stuff like that, and that's one thing that she mentioned, that you need to kind of get back into your intuition and stuff like that, and you're not taking advantage of what you have. So even if when you do pick up your cards, you haven't picked up your cards like recently, but you have picked up your cards like maybe a week ago, if I remember, and you were trying to kind of make sense of it. So um, let's see here. I'm sensing here what you really, 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 truly need. I'm thinking. So okay. I think what you truly need here is actually like a vacation by yourself. I think that you might have been thinking about going somewhere with somebody else, because we have the Four of Pentacles here, and we also have the King of Wands here in reverse. And I feel like with the Sun card, with all these right here, that you were probably just kind of contemplating, like, maybe I should just get away for a while, go somewhere, and then you're probably going to have someone come along with you. You actually need to go by yourself, or at least somebody different. because the person that you were probably thinking about going is probably not going to help you at all, even if it was like a close friend. Like even if it was with me, it's probably not a great idea to go, because I think you need somebody who's sort of like a different perspective on the outside of the circle, of friends and stuff like that. We all love you, but the thing is, sometimes you need a fresh coat of paint to your house, right? And right now, the paint on your house is slowly chipping away. I'm still getting some reversals here. Now, if you did go on this trip by yourself, like if you did take a vacation by yourself, I feel you will meet somebody new, and I feel that you're not going to care, which is exactly what you need. I think you just need a moment to yourself, like you know, as Miss Mermaid mentioned, that you are very straightforward, and you know, it's not like you don't care if people don't like what you have to say. It's just like you're more about telling the truth. You're very transparent, but
But she goes too above and beyond to prove her point that she can be cynical or sarcastic or even attacking. That's what I
exactly,
said.
exactly. And what I'm trying to get at is that you need to go down a path where you just don't, you know, where you don't have to care about anything, like not about your bills, not about your issues, not about, like, you know, if I'm going to have a job or not, or what's going to happen with my job. Like you need something where you just don't care. Like it's almost like live free and kind of put everything on the back burner, and just kind of let it burn in a way, right? You just turn up the heat and let those things burn, and just kind of like let fate take care of that hot burning stove. I feel that you want to kind of be a little bit reckless, and I think that's what you need, because you've been balancing everything out, and so far with you balancing out, it really hasn't been working out for you. You've been trying to maybe do some, you know, some small meditation, maybe even trying what Miss Mermaid said, like you've been trying to kind of like change your environment so you can feel more at ease. I think you need to kind of like kind of live on the edge a little bit. Um, I'm getting the sense that you probably moved into a situation that might have been a little bit too quick. Um, you probably thought it was the right thing to do, but that situation is now like, it's almost like hindsight. It's starting to come to you in hindsight, with everything that's been happening to you recently, and I think that's kind of what's really what did she say? She said wild orgies. Nice. Um,
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Yes, wild orgies
Wonderful.
with baby oil, coconut oil, and peanut butter. But it's not just baby oil; it's baby oil, and coconut
Having some
butter.
like some Colgate toothpaste, like a requiem for a dream scene over here. Ooh.
Colgate in an orgy. That is interesting.
Yeah, you don't remember that scene in Requiem for a Dream
I haven't
where
seen that yet.
that was like, oh, you haven't seen that movie yet?
Mm-mm.
Damn, you're missing out. It's one of the best experimental films out there. Um, Basically, like, you know how like in movies it's really popular for, you know, all these car brands and stuff to like advertise in movies because that's how they make their money to continue on with the production. Well, Colgate, their way of advertising in this movie, they basically did a sexual scene, two ladies, as a matter of fact,
Hmm.
and instead of using baby oil or anything like that, they
Baby
used
oil.
Colgate toothpaste. What a way to advertise, guys.
I know. Seriously, we are not affiliated with them. Um.
Nor Colgate either, okay?
Exactly. Now, Miss Mermaid did mention about your intuition growing and stuff like that, but I think one thing that you do need to do, which you have been doing this already, is at least until you come back from your little mini vacation, is probably not tap into your intuition. I think the fact that you knowing about other people's intent, other people's feelings, is actually wearing you out, and you trying to work your intention or your intuition to know somebody else is actually kind of like um it's actually making you closed off even more. And until you give your third eye a rest a little bit, I think that's when things will actually kind of rotating for you. You actually have a 180-degree turn here. So the gist I'm getting here is disconnection. Take a vacation because you definitely need a vacation, a nasty one because you're nasty. And there's somebody who's that we know that you can take a page out of her book on how to be nasty, and turn off the intuition for a little while. I think that even though you haven't been picking up the cards and stuff like that, you're naturally intuitive, and so try to kind of like turn that off a little bit, like maybe holding a crystal to kind of help you aid yourself to be a little um, more blind, I guess, like blind spiritually, and that might even help you get some momentary sleep, because we even have the Four of Swords here, and by turning off that switch is almost like turning off the light, right? Because that light's been on in the room, so um, turn off that light, and that'll actually kind of help you sleep a little bit to get the rest that you need. Probably not like complete rest, but at least it'll kind of make you more relaxed, I think. So try not to think too much about that. All right. So take a page out of Miss Thang's book on how to be nasty. I'm pretty sure she has plenty of volumes to choose from.
Pamela Anderson?
Well, no, she knows who. I'm not trying to call anybody out, but we know somebody who loves to try to pleasure, and she tries to stay pure and innocent because of a person name that rhymes with siren. Yes, siren is so pure and so holy, super nasty. Yes.
Indigo Mermaid? No, just kidding.
Well, because I don't want to call anybody out of embarrassment, but we all know who that is, because I love talking to Siren. Siren is close to godliness.
Ooh,
That's how this person talks. So
bless your heart.
bless your
She
heart.
kind of sounds like that one, like that voice. It kind of sounds like that one old guy from Family Guy, the the pedophile guy with the wisp or the whistle. Oh gosh,
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah, I know
horrible,
what you're talking about.
nasty.
Nasty.
Yeah. Oh gosh, we're never gonna get trolls because we're gonna troll the trolls.
We're trolling the trolls. Okay, so I think the next person on the list is Heath. Um, yeah, it is Heath. So, by the way, Miss Chatrelis, the pure and the innocent, I hope that resonated with you very well. You're welcome, Chatrelis. Go find your siren. Go find your siren. Maybe his name is Byron. All right. So,
Byron.
Byron, the siren. Okay. So, let's see here. Does my microphone sound like it's blaring? Like if it's over volumed? Um,
No.
like it's too high? Okay, perfect. So Heath says, "Good evening, lovelies. I am Gemini, Sun, Leo Moon, Libra ascending." Wow, that's a lot. I don't understand. I actually don't understand the whole ascending thing. I just know signs mostly. But Miss Mermaid's more like the pro about that. No pressure or anything, Miss
Oh,
Mermaid.
don't flatter me.
No,
Don't flatter
no,
me.
no pressure or anything. You
You
know.
flatter me.
Oh well, in that case, end stream right now. I don't want to flatter you at all. Let's see here. A reading for love in general, please, and thank you. Am I the next one? Yes, I am. because I did the last one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So what was the question again?
The
My
question
thing is so slow.
the question says, uh, she just wanted a general love reading. Oh, excuse me. Whew. I took a deep breath and it just made me yawn. I don't know why. I was looking at my birth chart last night. A lot to learn.
We will get there one day.
Yes, we shall. Okay. I feel that you've actually put out a prayer, and your prayer has been heard. And I think the wheels are now in motion in terms of love for you. Um, I feel that you might have taken someone's advice on certain things, and that's kind of like the reward. This advice is more like, in terms of being more, I guess, more optimistic than pessimistic, or what I would say, not really pessimistic, because I think you see it more as realistic. But I think you started taking on some advice in terms of being more optimistic, and I think that's actually starting to kind of come back to you in a positive way. Not just because like, oh, now I have to think like this. It's more like the laws of attraction, the LOA, the LOA. Um, and I feel that you actually were embracing the um, the optimistic view. Now, in terms of time frame and stuff like that, I don't know. I'd probably say probably closer towards the winter, and I'll probably say I wouldn't actually know if it's this year or next year, but I do see more towards a winter time that you actually might start, running into somebody, that you actually might have some interest. I do see that this person could be a fun person. It's going to be a very slow start though. I think that this person kind of maybe a little bit closed off, and you might kind of feel a little bit hesitation, thinking like, "Oh, is this really the person?" But um, it seems that that this person just might actually be pretty nice to get to know of, because it's not. I'm not sure if it's really the person, but this is definitely someone that I feel that you'll be able to connect with. Somebody that would probably like some company, even though he doesn't say he wants company. Like he'll probably be more standing in the corner and says, "Oh no, I'm good," but he really is actually just saying like, "I'm really alone." And I think you're the type of person who can actually read people to where you'll just kind of like not, you'll keep on bothering them, even though they say like, "I want to be alone," but they really don't, and they end up actually start talking to you. So, um, I feel that you're not going to have to work too hard on this one. Like I said, um, the 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 wheels are now in motion. Things are, like, the now it's kind of going through the spiritual bureaucracy of things. That's kind of how I feel it. It's kind of like wrapping around the moons and the stars, and it's going to come its way to come closer to you. Um, And she says realistic, yes. So yeah, and being here for him regardless. Yeah, and I think that you're definitely looking for somebody to where, um, you want to be like like this card right here, even though this is a judgment card, but it's almost like you want to be an open door for this person. Um, and you're the type of person who probably might wear your heart on your sleeve too. So be careful by doing that. I think this person would like to have a little bit of mystery and kind of want to know who you are. Um, he's the type of person that wants to. He really wants to kind of play the man a little bit, and like be the masculine of in a relationship. And I think you can use that too. You are more for equality, I feel, but every now and then I feel like that you want to play the stereotype just a little bit sometimes. I won't say just a little bit, but sometimes. I say like maybe a few times in a year. You want to play the stereotype of being the woman to where the man needs to treat the woman with respect kind of thing, instead of just being complete equals. But but most of the relationship you want to be equal, but sometimes you just want to be treated like a real woman by a real man kind of thing. So um, I think this guy will actually kind of fit that. And look at that, we got the two of cups along with the page of wands, which is actually in reverse, and we have the three of swords in reverse. So um, there is definitely going to be an open book here, I think, and I think you guys are going to probably get into maybe I don't know. I feel I feel like that you're very competitive in certain things, and you guys will actually start to share stories about like relationships to see who had the worst relationship kind of thing. Like it doesn't really phase you, but I just feel that you would actually be willing to kind of get into competition. You're like, oh yeah, you think that was bad? Well, I had a boyfriend that did this, this, and this, and you guys would actually be able to laugh at it. And I don't think you managed to find somebody who you can actually laugh at your past like that. And I think this person will be able to bring that out on you. Um, and to kind of wrap this up here, um, he might actually have a different opinion about certain things that doesn't really vibe with you. But um, I wouldn't really worry too much about it. But I know that it can really annoy you. But at the same time, just you know, if he starts to kind of annoy you a little bit, in terms of like his point of views, just kind of get a little physical with him in a good way, that is, and that'll kind of like change his opinion really fast. He'd be like, oh, okay, you want some of me, baby, and you're gonna be like, mm-hmm, baby, I want some of that nasty. So
Uh-huh. And then you just give them a backhand. That's all you gotta do.
exactly, yeah, because that's what the stereotypical girl does. But yeah, exactly. Be playful, because look at this. We got the Eight of Pentacles. So like know your battles. Pick and choose your battles. Okay. And I think sometimes you have a hard time picking and choosing your battles. That if you hear something, you need to jump in there. Like for example, like you might hear something in politics and then it doesn't vibe very well with you because you heard somebody say, "Oh, well, I think this person did a really terrible job." You'll turn around like, "No, like how can you say that? It was actually a really good job," kind of thing. So, um, pick and choose your battles with at least with this band because I think this will be a very good match. Miss Mermaid.
Well, let's see what we have to say for Keith or Heather in terms of love. And for you, Miss Heather, we're going to be using also the Dark Fairy Tale Tarot by Los Scarabeo. So I hope the images and the messages provided for you make sense and are wonderful and positive messages for you as well. So let's see what the cards have to say for your situation, Miss Heather. Miss Heather's love life. General reading for the rest of 2020. Are you in a relationship, Heather? Are you seeing someone, Heather? You're going to have to let me know if someone's commenting, Anthony, because I can't. My
She
stuff
hasn't
is
said
still
anything yet.
buffering.
She hasn't said anything yet.
Okay. All right, and one more shuffle. But I feel like either you are in communication with someone, I see some consistency with someone, or you're in a relationship, or you can meet someone pretty soon. And it could be subtle, it could be out of nowhere. If this is someone that if you are in communication with someone, could be someone that you reunited with from your past, or this was someone that you met through mutual friends, or you could have met this person while you were out at a gathering, at a bar, at a library. Your challenge is your guardedness. Your challenge is your ability to be vulnerable. I wish you were here earlier when we had that chakra talk, honestly, because we covered all of this stuff, and it's so vital and it's so crucial for our own, not only our psychological, but our personal and also
And she
our
responded to your
spiritual
question, by the way.
growth. What did she say?
She said, "I kind of am, but with the virus, it's been on and off."
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing, that either you reunited with someone or you're talking to someone right now. And what I'm seeing is that the challenge is your guard, and maybe also with the Nine of Wands in reverse, what it could be also is this whole COVID-19 thing. The reason why this is also happening as well could be financial struggles. Maybe you're not feeling very secure yourself financially. And I'm also saying that maybe there is some lack of confidence. Maybe this person intimidates you, or you're just not feeling your very confident self in general. You're not feeling like very comfortable under your own skin. I am seeing resentment, and I'm seeing resentment in the future, mainly because I feel like eventually you're going to feel like this lack of cooperation is coming from this person. And I do see you feeling dismotivated and almost feeling pessimistic of the idea that this will ever turn out into something more. I feel like this person is still holding on to things from their past. I feel like they're still kind of living in the past and thinking and reflecting a lot on it. I am also seeing right here that if there is something like that going on, or anything going on behind the scenes, you will eventually know. It would actually be revealed to you eventually. I feel like that will make you kind of be at a crossroads later on in the year. But I do see that there is this lack of being completely vulnerable here. And the whole challenge is really walking away from this whole situation. But I feel like if you ever have this mentality of like, oh, I'm just going to keep my hands out of the stew, and if it's meant to happen, then it should. And if it doesn't, well, then maybe we're not meant to be. That's probably not the mentality you want to have in this situation. But honestly, I kind of feel like it's going to be more the other person you are seeing, if you want me to be honest. Because I feel like you might feel resentful towards his attitude towards the relationship. Him being like, well, if we're meant to be together, if she's meant to be my girlfriend, if she's meant to be my ultimate, my one and only, then the universe will make it happen, and therefore I shall not, take any personal power and take control over this situation. When it doesn't even work that way. It's gotten to a point where, like, that form of thinking, especially in this millennial era, like, it's gotten a little too cliche. And as a matter of fact, I think you're going to end up choosing love and healthy love. And I feel like you're going to go for that. If he's willing to give you that, you'd stay there with him. If not, I feel like you're going to go and seek love somewhere else. So it really depends as to what he's willing to do, because I feel like he's at a crossroads. Again, they're talking about the idea here, and I just keep seeing this repetitive idea of something being revealed to you, somebody opening up to you, and I am seeing this being the other person revealing something to you. Again, I did see, and you did confirm, that there was someone that you're in communication with, someone you talked to. but I'm seeing someone taking on this attitude of keeping their hands out of the stew, and I see you feeling resentful towards him about that. I see you feeling impatient. I see you wanting to be passive aggressive towards this person due to the lack of cooperation. Your advice, Knight of Wands, keep moving forward. Keep striking forward. Okay, Anthony?
Yes. Okay, there we go.
And
Thank you.
again, you're and sorry, Anthony. And again, Heather, um, when it comes to that Knight of Wands, keep moving forward. That whole advice thing, remember that is either with him or without him. He hasn't made up his mind as to what he's going to do. So the cards are giving out that like gray area as to what's going to happen. But I feel like the cards are saying that regardless, you're going for love, whether that's something he's going to give you or not, you're going to go for love. And like I said, he can either come with you or he will not. Okay, back to Anthony.
Okay, dokie. So I think next up we have Jaime, Lulu, Kat, Caitlin, and Queen Bee, and I think Miss. Oh, Caitlin actually put in a $5. Oh, um,
Thank you,
thank you,
Caitlin.
Caitlin. I just don't know which platform. Um,
You're my best friend now.
um, let's see here. If you could tell me which platform that is, that way I
Finally.
can just confirm it. Pew pew pew. Oh, there it is.
Okay, now I see the comments from Heath or Heather. I kind of am, but with the virus, it's been on and off. Yes, they are definitely holding on to the past. Yeah, that's what I saw on the cards as well. I've been using my intuition. I totally understand. Thank you so much. Heart, heart. Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know why earlier, like all the live stream comments, I just couldn't get them. But now all of a sudden, when I refreshed the app again, I was able to get them now. What happened?
Because you're Miss Indigo Mermaid and you're on my channel, my turf, so leave me alone.
Right. It's okay. I took over.
Okay,
I dictate this.
you take this. You know what? I'm loving this new deck right now. It feels so nice. Which, by the
I
way,
see you
you
enjoying
know,
them.
I am. And by the way, everybody, this is because of your contributions, I was able to obtain this deck and use them for all you. So I really appreciate that and thank you all. Um, this has really been a really amazing experience, and definitely, you know, your donations definitely help with the progress of this channel because we have a lot of great content coming to you along the way, and every little bit counts. Um, but right now we are kind of operating this channel out of our own pocket, which is fine too. You know, it's for the betterment of the world. Okay, so um, it says here, my relationship, please, and maybe you could tell me if I will get the house I'm currently putting offers in for. Thanks, Leo, Caitlin, and I think you are up. Because you just did the last reading.
I am up. Ooh, I am up. Okay, so my relationship, please, and maybe if you could tell me if I will get the house I'm currently putting offers in for. Well, Honey Bunny, which question do you want to ask? Do you want to ask about the house or do you want to ask about your relationship? Remember that when it comes to the $5 offers, it's one question for 10 minutes, okay? But if that is the case, I'm just going to go ahead and just answer the first question for you. Um, you didn't provide a name or a sun sign, but I'm just going to go ahead and do it just so that we can move forward with the program because we got 4 people left after you. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, right? Four people left.
Yeah, and speaking of which, for the people, well, actually 5 on here. But speaking of which, if you see your name on the list right now, please give me a heart so I know that you are still here with us.
Yeah, because it's telling me there's only 3 people here in the top chat, or 3 people watching.
Well,
I
it
don't know
says
about your end.
I don't know what they mean about concurrent viewers. Like, I don't understand what that really means in Google language. I'm looking it up right now.
Okay, so I'm going to do a relationship spread between you and the person and your spouse or your partner. And I got the Three of Swords, Nine of Pentacles, Page of Pentacles, Knight of Swords in reverse, the Empress, the Tower, Queen of Cups in reverse, King of Wands in reverse, and also the Knight of Wands. I'm sorry, the Nine of Wands. And in the bottom of the deck, we do have right here the Knight of Cups in reverse. What I find so interesting about this Knight of Cups, did I say Knight of Wands? I meant to say Knight of Cups. Knight of Cups in reverse. If we look at this card in the upright position, which I find so interesting, we see the Knight of Cups walking towards the light. He's facing his back towards us, right? And he's walking with his horse towards the light. To me, it is the knight who is walking for love, someone who is pursuing love, someone who is looking for love. And when it's in reverse, this could be someone who gets bored very easily. They might think in their minds and their imagination that they are looking for love, when in fact I think they're just really looking for the moment. And I don't think that these people are players or anything like that. It's just more of a thing where, you know, it's I feel like they just can't differentiate the difference between infatuation and love here. With Temperance in reverse, again, we could be dealing with unfinished business, lack of closure situations here. And we do have the Three of Swords, so there could be some hurts, definitely some hurt here. I do see your partner with his behavior or her behavior, because you didn't tell us his or her name or sign, so I can't really tell if it's a male or female. We have what we have right here as this person's behavior towards you, the Nine of Wands. So it seems like this person's pretty guarded. I wouldn't be surprised if this person has been daydreaming a lot, or has been very thoughtful, or has been in their head a lot. Especially around you, you might view them as very thoughtful, or someone who's thinking a lot. When it comes to their intentions towards you, we do have the Queen of Cups in reverse. So if you have noticed or will be noticing some moodiness, or you have noticed this person,
His name is Ronnie, and a Leo as well.
Ronnie and Leo. Okay, yeah, I just got that. Yeah, if you have noticed, or you will notice later on in the future, that they are moody and that they are just kind of letting out their anger, their annoyances, and their frustrations to others, even to you, just know that this person is doing it on purpose. And even if they tell you, oh, I had a bad day or whatever, no, they're just being a spoiled brat. And they're treating you as a scapegoat because they're feeling that they're having a moment of pettiness, okay? And they want to be petty, okay? So just letting you in on a little secret. I think you know that, though, because you're a Leo yourself, and you know how Leos work, and you possibly see some of you in this person. Emotionally, with the Empress, I'm gonna pull a card right here with the Empress as well. I do feel like this person idolizes you. Yeah, what did we just talk about? What's up with this whole thing about these people just being like, I'm going to keep my hands out of the stew. And if the universe wants us to be together, then the universe wants us to be together. If things don't flow the way that it should, and we end up breaking up, then maybe we were not meant to be together. So it seems like this person is not taking control. This person is definitely, at least, not taking control in the way that they should. And what's happening now is that we're seeing someone not putting effort, because they're telling themselves, well, if it's meant to happen, then the universe and everything, the prana energy, will just work its magic in making us work together. I don't think he's playing with you. I don't think he's playing mind games with you. Okay, so we do have right here, you said, Caitlin, LOL, oh, I know, laughing emoji. You said, LOL, that is why I kind of asked the two questions, thought they would go together in the reading. Yes, that is him. So frustrating. Yeah, because I'm seeing this kind of thing where he's kind of being that way. But to answer your question, if you think that he's kind of like playing with you, I don't think he is. I think, especially having in his mind the Page of Pentacles, I think that confirms the idea that he's just in the moment and he's just telling himself, you know what, if it works, then time will tell if she is my ultimate or she is the person that I need to be with. So he's more in his I am presence, but almost to a point where it's a little cliche. And at the same time, I feel like he has his petty moments. And so whenever you see him being moody or you see him treating you like a scapegoat, halt that shit. Halt that shit. Anthony?
Oh my God. I actually kind of agree with everything she's actually kind of talking about here, but take a look at this. So, there's actually one card that actually I forgot to mention that's actually kind of it's an extra card actually in this deck. It's called the Reverie. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but we'll get to that in just a second on the definition. But I too believe that that this relationship I feel is sort of on, I wouldn't say too much stagnant, but it's definitely getting there. I feel that you, Queen of Pentacles here, are really asking him to make a change, which he kind of falls upon some false promises here. Like he doesn't really follow through. And as what Miss Mermaid has mentioned here, that with this Reverie card here and this King of Swords, is that he's just kind of like there. You know, he really doesn't know where to go. He might be putting out his own signals, like mentally, with his energy, trying to figure out what do I do with my life and stuff like that, or what do I do from this point? Because I feel that um, that he actually might have it made with you. Like, you know, if he really actually put some intent to, you know, make this a really nice relationship, then I think this relationship would have turned out really well. But there's been not enough change that's been happening here, and unless, especially with the King of Swords here, I feel that he's been kind of lying to you about some things. Um, because it's paired with the Tower card and this Reverie, and the lies are really just in terms of like not really like challenging the relationship, just more like you ask him like, oh hey, are you okay? Can you talk to me? He's like, no, there's nothing to talk about. I'm fine. And he really puts on this show. I feel that he can fucking taking care of shit, you know, and that's kind of what I'm getting from these cards here. But in actuality, there's really something else going on here, and he's just really like he's almost like the stagnant thing. He's sort of like the the thing that you're kind of pulling, and I feel like you're probably like, I don't know if you ever seen that movie, Inside Out, where Joy is pulling Sadness by the leg, like that. You know, like she, you know, Joy asks Sadness, she's like, "Can you be more positive?" And while they're going to the brain, and she's like, "Okay, I'm positive you're going to get lost in there." Like she just, you know, like so down and gloomy and doesn't really want to help, you know. And let's see here. That's 5, 6, 10, 12. I feel that you've been throwing yourself to him in a way to where you want to kind of like maybe entice him, probably on a very intimate level, maybe, you know, even sexually. But it's not really like he does come to you, but then like you feel a huge disconnect, and you feel it actually. Um, and the joy that you used to have with him is no longer occurring, but you throw yourself to him, and then when you do throw yourself to him and he takes you in his arms, it's almost as if it's like a scripted kind of thing. Like he just kind of does the exact same motion with you, instead of you know, turning right when he catches you in his arms, he actually, you know, you want him to turn left, but he just keeps on turning right, and it's like the like repetitive thing. Like when you tell a dog to sit, he sits, right? It's repetitive. So um there's no balance of emotions here. I think it's more about you making the initiative and not him. Can we get something? Let's see here. Give me something. Maybe something nice that might be going on here with the relationship. I feel that he actually opened up something with you recently. I feel that he kind of opened up a little bit in terms of like he might have mentioned something on the borderlines of spirituality, and it probably caught your attention. And I think you probably tried to kind of, try to dig that out and try to get him to talk about that more because as far as like the conversations you guys have, they're kind of boring. And I think that he like I said, like he feels kind of lost because of that the Reverie card right here. Like he's just kind of there, and I think really he can use some motivation to probably challenge his core belief in terms of like you know like what's on the afterlife. I don't think he really takes that much to heart. I don't think he really takes that much into perspective, and I think he kind of is like agnostic, borderline atheist kind of thing. Like if we just die, we die, and then like what's left there. So like, why do we really need to pray or all this other stuff? Um, One fellow most of the time, and he does what he thinks I expect him to do. Yeah, see exactly. Like he, um, when you throw yourself to him, he thinks that he's hitting the stuff that you want, but he's not really doing stuff that he wants to do. Um, that I feel that you wanted you want to throw yourself to him, and then hopefully he'll get you know activated and he'll get spontaneous and maybe doing something maybe something nasty with you that you might like, who knows, but that's not happening. But I feel that you guys had a conversation, a very brief conversation about terms of spirituality, and I think that's probably your key in terms to kind of get gauge in terms of what he feels in the afterlife, because I don't think he really contemplates that. I don't think he really thinks about that either. Like it, because he's more focused in terms of like, my job, things like that. And yeah, when we have and I have here a connector card, like a clarifier card, that he needs a firecracker underneath his butt. Um, by doing that, I'm thinking that you need to throw some type of condition, because I think he's a responsive type of person. For example, if you were to tell him I'm leaving because you're boring, he'll actually try to come after you and be like, no, no, please don't leave. I'm really sorry. But you don't have to go to that kind of level. I feel that you can actually, um, um, like you guys already had this kind of conversations in terms of like what you feel is going on, stuff like that. But I think you've kind of taken it a little bit to the next level. It's going to challenge him to where he's going to want to follow, but he needs some type of outlet. He needs something to kind of express himself, and I think that that little talk that you had can actually blossom into something that he can explore his spirituality, to where he can explore doing something like just in general photography. Like I'm not sure if he's into photography or not, but just something that can help him express himself one way, and then I think he's going to communicate with you through that type of expression. um let's see here. This is where the house would come in too. So um I think I kind of see the connection here in terms of the house, because I think you're using the house in a way where you want to get maybe a fixer upper and then give him a project. Deciding it's just me going or both of us, because I'm the one trying to purchase on my own. Yeah, I can understand that, but I think maybe you might be buying the house for him to try to get him to be motivated and say like, if we get ourselves in as fixer upper, we can do this, we can do this, we can start a family perhaps. Like you put these things out there, and maybe he's not seeing the picture, but maybe if he saw the house, um, that could use some work to his taste and that where both of you can actually agree on, this actually might be the firecracker he needs up his butt. And yeah, see, I have here the five of swords and the chariot, followed by the page of pentacles. So you're definitely ready to spend. Your money is ready. I think your money's burning right through your pocket here. You're ready to spend and buy that house. I think what you need to do, with this Five of Swords here and this Chariot, I think you need to make it visually shown that you are now going to talk to a realtor and you're going to start looking at houses. Okay. I can't say for certain if you're going to buy the house that you're looking at, but I think you should, just keep pushing. You probably already started looking for houses, but I think like the more that you're putting effort into getting a particular house, and then talk about planning, I think it just might get him to loosen up just a little bit. But um, he needs a project, hun. He needs a project. He's also very. I think he's also maybe just a little bit sexually frustrated. His needs are not even met either. But um, just kind of close this up here. On the plus side of things, um, well, sort of like the gray area side of things, it's probably not going to start off to be a very happy move in. So make sure you have some extra energy saved up in your bank account there to expend to spend on him being kind of like like dragging his feet again. So you're gonna need to um, kind of get him into the mood by showing him, hey, look, we can get out this house, and then you can start knocking down a wall right in front of him, and then it'll probably get him started. Like being spontaneous is actually kind of a good thing too. So um, she has an offer in, yeah. So I don't see anything here in terms if you are going to get that house, but I will tell you that the house buying experience with him is probably going to be a little bit of a tooth puller. So be prepared for that. Bank up on your energy and just be ready for that time comes when he starts to, drag his feet a little bit. I think he'll show some excitement, but I just, it might be a little bit of a facade. He needs to talk to you more, and then I think you need to kind of like show him the room where you're gonna have his babies. Like show him the room where he's gonna get rid really hard. And I know this sounds very sexual, but I think a little bit of nastiness might get him to turn on. Would you agree on that nastiness, Miss Mermaid?
Yes, 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 yes.
Because I
As
actually
nasty
had the
as
devil
one
card here.
can be.
Yeah, because I actually had the devil card appear right here. And I think
Oh, that's a nasty woman.
that is the nasty. And I know, girl, you got a little bit of nasty, a little bit in you, but I think it
Hmm.
only comes out on Saturday nights, maybe, after a few glasses of wine. But you need to let that nasty come out of the cage. I think he might enjoy a little bad girl. You know, I could think of some things right now, but I'm gonna send it to you spiritually, these ideas, and hopefully you'll get them. And you're gonna be like, ew, I would never do that. Hun, come to bed with me. I got something to show you. I learned it spiritually from Anthony. Who's Anthony? My fag boyfriend. Whew. Okay. So we're
What
going.
a night.
I know it's a definite night. And I don't see anybody else chiming in here. Yeah, and I think we're going to be coming to a
Nobody
close.
else, like, nobody else said that they were here, huh?
Nobody else said they're here. And then we're already over budget on time right now. I do see that Queen Bee is here and Alyssa. But I believe that you mentioned that we're just taking the donations at the moment, which is true, because um, we don't want to go too further in where I'm going to expend my energy too long because it's already been, I think, already over 2 hours. Actually, it's been writing on almost three
Been
hours.
3 hours.
So, Queen Bean is here. So I do have her on the list. Queen Bean is here. So right now I just have you on the free list, which is a basic yes and no. So pretty much that's going to, that's what's going to be yes and no. If you want to go ahead and let me know what your question is, your sign and your name and that question, and we'll go ahead and pull that yes and no for you. And then if you want to know more about that yes and no, you could donate the $5. Um, or you can contact Miss Mermaid over here. She does offer services where you can get a full in-depth up to 2 hours of her time, to where she'll give you all kinds of advice, some techniques, and even some cleansings.
Yeah, totally, guys. Go to my website.
Go to her website. Okay, Queen Bean. Oh gosh, darn it! That's right. She was in the. I'm so sorry, Queen Bean. It is the email that she sent, and she wanted a clarification actually. Am I see that's why I'm talking about over budgeting, because my on time, because my brain is obviously all over the place right now. Been going through a lot of things. So, um,
Like what they said, someone commented if we are twin flames.
are y'all twin flames?
We're gay flames.
We're totally gay twins in a way.
We're gay
Um,
twins.
I mean, if anything, she needs to watch out because I might snatch her boyfriend. So, and if he's watching this, he's gonna be
You
like,
know, I want
he's
to
like,
watch you
what?
hit on my boyfriend. I want to watch you hit on my boyfriend. I'm just gonna be
When I
laughing.
come and visit you, I'm gonna totally, like, maybe like spank his butt or something. I'll be like, hey,
Oh my goodness.
she's not
He will
looking right now.
flip if you do that.
She's
He
not
would
looking right
totally
now.
flip.
She's not looking right now. So you wanna go to TGIF? TGI Fridays, the back parking lot.
For real, right? Like, it's okay, but oh no.
Okay, so Queen Bean, I did promise her a full read on this one actually. So, well, it's actually kind of like a clarifier to kind of see where things are going. Uh, um, where is that question? So her original question 2 weeks ago was that, what's coming for love for her this month. So we can give her a bit of a clarifier. I don't remember what the reading was last time. Um, oh no, Miss Blessed, you didn't embarrass anything. We are totally like this all the time. We're cool. Um, Sorry if I embarrassed any of you. It's just you guys have a similar look at first glance, and I had to ask. You can ask whatever questions you want, even how nasty Miss Mermaid is over here, because she's really nasty.
You want to see all kinds of nasty? Subscribe to my channel. I'll show you all kinds of nasty.
Bow chicka bow bow. I mean, she is making chokers, people. So
Perfect.
okay, so Queen Bean, let's go ahead and get a quick clarifier here for you. Um, I don't remember what my nothing has happened last time. I had to work on my energy. Okay, that's what. And you want to know a little bit more about your love going on this month. So let me just go ahead and pull some cards. Do a quick read here for you in terms of what's going on for you for this month here. And let me go ahead and switch over here. And Miss Mermaid, you don't have to do this one if you don't want to, but if you would like to, you are more than welcome. Well, unfortunately, I'm still seeing here nothing on love for this month. Um, I do see here that there's been a little bit of difficulty in terms of getting what you want. Um, I feel that there was kind of maybe a surprise. I don't know. The first word that came to my mind is surprise visit of something. Maybe a surprise package of something, or somebody just came and told you something. You got in, like, surprise, bad news. Um, and I think it might have been a little bit sneaky. Maybe you might have lost some money on it, perhaps. Maybe it was like a bill that might have caught up to you or something. So, but whatever it was, I feel like that you are really looking for some good news right now. You can use some good news right now, because I feel that you definitely have um, didn't really receive anything very pleasant. And I mean, I don't want to hit on the cliche thinking that, oh, it's because of your job. I'm not exact. I don't want to put on, play on a possible obvious, but um, I still don't see love, but I do see someone that you will be meeting. I do see here that this is somebody you might actually have been talking to already. It is a guy. I think it might have been, I mean, I want to say an old flame from like many moons ago, perhaps. Not sure if you're talking to him now, which I feel that you're not. But I do feel that you will be talking to this person. Um, and I think you guys are gonna get, kind of a little bit playful with each other, like flirtatious sort of. And I'm possibly seeing maybe, friends with benefits, not really love, no relationship. It might even turn out to be friends with benefits, like a old fling bean kind of thing. Fling bean for queen bean. How old of a flame? Uh, I mean, I feel that it's a really old person, not an old person, but it really kind of goes back. Um, the number four, maybe because of this four coming up, but the number four is popping up in my head. Um, it could either be 4 months ago or 4 years ago. Um, I want to say 4 years ago. You might have met somebody, and it probably just didn't work out. Um, Around that number, does that make sense to you? Does that connect with you at all? The number four in terms of knowing somebody. Um, but I think the month is actually going to be quite nice to you, as a matter of fact. I think it's going to be very pleasant. It's going to be a very smooth month for you. Again, nothing in terms of love and stuff like that, but I do feel that your luck might have been kind of running thin this past month or two, and I think you're right now. You're really looking for um, some new what's the word I'm looking for? Like some new updates that can kind of give you some positive outlook to where you can kind of get yourself out of a funk. And I think that this month will actually treat you very well. Okay. Um, Miss Mermaid, did you want to get in onto this read, or are you okay?
Sure, definitely. I'll pull a few cards for
Okay.
her. So she just basically wants a love reading for the rest of the month?
Yeah, for this month. Childhood trauma has drained you. Yeah, and see that's the thing. I told you that you were feeling like you were really out of your luck. And you know what's funny that you mentioned childhood trauma? Like I just want to switch over back to my camera here real quick. Look at this card right here, right? This is why I felt that you weren't that things are not fair for you. We have the snake biting on this finger, right? So like it's almost as if it's just like whatever you do, life just kind of bites back at you, right? So uh you're having a tower moment. My whole life has been hell. Tower moments after tower moments. Oof. that's that is definitely understandable. But I think that this month coming forward, at least in my opinion, um I think it'll be kind of smooth. I wouldn't say it's gonna be like joyously uplifting, but I think some nice things will actually happen. I'm sorry, go ahead. It's your turn, Mermaid.
Alrighty. So I got the Knight of Wands, and the Knight of Wands flew out as I was shuffling as well. So I don't know if the person you're seeing is a fire sign or if you yourself is. No, you said you're a Cancer, right? Well, could you be a Cancer Leo cusp or getting close to the Leo cusp? Maybe that could be a thing too. But anyway, so I got the Justice card in reverse and also the Ace of Wands in reverse. Give me that.
Oh my god, you knocking? I thought somebody was knocking at my door.
Sorry. Um, you're not seeing anybody at the moment, are you? Is she?
No, that's why she's asking for a relationship. Read.
Yeah, my cards are saying she's not, so I just wanted to confirm that. Yeah, I see that. I see when it comes to your love life, I feel like you feel really pessimistic over the idea of ever being in a relationship again. If you've never been in a relationship, then just being in a relationship. But if you haven't been in a relationship, particularly in a long time, then the cards are basically telling me here that you've already lost your hope in that will ever happen again. And they're saying that you're not learning your lessons here. You're not learning your life lessons tied up with love. I do feel like you want to keep moving forward. I feel like you want to keep going when it comes to love. I feel like you want to keep striving forward, striving forward, striving forward. But I do see a lot of confusion in terms of your love situation and your love life. I feel like later on in the month, I see you reflecting and kind of doing this. What is this whole thing this today where everyone's just like boo-hoo me, boo-hoo me? You know, this whole victim mentality. I recommend for you, Miss Queen Bee, to check out the, earlier in the live stream where we did a meditation and we talked about the chakras, because this victim mentality is very important and is very vital for us to get out of this victim mentality in order for our chakras to work better. Because I'm seeing this whole thing where you're going to start either reflecting or thinking about the past, and possibly even situations where you've either not gotten closure or where you've never gotten, any questions answered. And I see you being like, oh, I'm the victim, I'm the victim, I'm the victim. And yeah, maybe you were the victim in those situations, but point is that, when we get stuck in that energy, it's not helpful either, okay? And I'm saying that if we continue on with this energy, what it's going to do for us in the month of April, for the rest of the month of April 2020, is that it's going to end up drowning us. It's gonna emotionally and spiritually and psychologically drain us. So we probably don't want to do that. And we do have the World card in reverse in the bottom of the deck. So this could be something that comes and then it goes. So there are moments where you feel fine and you're on the go and you're going and you're going and you're going, that Knight of Wands energy. And then there are moments where you go back to being like, oh, boo-hoo me, why did this person do this? Why did this person do that? Why does the universe bring me these kinds of people? Why do I attract these kinds of people? So on and so forth. But that is definitely what I'm seeing for you, Miss Queen Bee.
All right. Well, I hope that resonated with you. I'm not seeing anybody else coming forward. Caitlin says she's off to bed. So I think we are going to call it a night here. I think it's been a really amazing night with all this information, especially with the chakras. I really, really enjoyed that. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Flattered.
So again,
You
my name
flattered.
is Groovified. This here is Indigo Mermaid. Her description is down below, the Indigo Mermaid TV. She does her own channel. She mostly does a lot of pre-recorded stuff, to where she does a lot of zodiacs and things like that. And she does have her own tarot service. So I really do definitely recommend checking her out. She's really committed to her clients, and so I really would give her a try. Okay, and we don't have a set schedule in terms of how we are proceeding forward with the Groovy Mermaid, but we'll definitely have a schedule out for you. Maybe even a website. What? I don't know. I don't know. But we're talking about it. But anyway,
What up, cut?
what? So anyway, thank you
What
very much, everybody, for coming. And please take a look at the last video that we did. I did a really cool unboxing review. And if you just now joining, or you've actually watched this all the way through, and if you did, you are awesome. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Leave your comments down below if you have anything that you'd like to talk about, any type of topics or ideas of who we can maybe talk to and bring onto the show. We're totally open to ideas. So again, my name is Groovified. This is Miss Indigo Mermaid, and to everybody out there, I'd like to say, Fry Miss Day.
Namaste. Have
She
a
said
wonderful
it.
Friday night, guys.
Friday, Namaste, Fry Miss Day. Thank you very much. Have a good night.